Beautiful seamless loops, huh?
Today is fine day in California. Huh? Choose.
Alright, folks, good morning and happy Halloween. We got a special treat in store today. After doing a solid week of Chizou games, we're gonna culminate on Halloween Day with the Consuming Shadow. Insanity Edition, cause not like I get a choice anymore. I actually played a little bit of this back when it was not quite yet released. It was still like a beta that you could try out. So I haven't quite played the full game. And I somehow dipped my elbow into my hot chocolate. Now everything's all sticky. What the heck? The ancient cursed ones are already launching their machinations against me, it seems. What options have we got? I don't have an unsticky everything option. Game volume good. Tutorial I'll keep on. Quick driving, I don't know what that's about yet. We have actual AD from WASD. We could use left, right, or AD by 2015. Yahtzee has discovered the wisdom of WASD, of WASD controls. Shift to run. We've also got W, and we've got full-on WASD here. Up or down to interact. Space or left mouse to fire a gun. Control or right mouse to melee. And so on, so on. So shall we try it? Wait, where's the capture? Where's the capture? See, I was bamboozled here because it's showing the yellow box around the window, which denotes that it's being captured, but then I pop back over to OBS and it is not. OBS, what are you doing? Window game capture is on. There we go. You just have to poke it sometimes. Otherwise, it forgets what it's doing. Now, I know it was capturing here.
Today is fine day.
Because I saw it. Capturing. So what's the big idea then, huh? See, now I gotta be paranoid and wonder about any other prior stream with a window game capture. Cause like, here, pull back the curtain. You see this yellow line that outlines the box. That yellow line denotes that, yes, Skinny, this box is being captured. It's being picked up by OBS. Wouldn't it be really, really awkward if I go back to my YouTube highlights, to my YouTube archive, and I look at all the other adventure game studio games that I've been window capturing, and they all just stop halfway through, and I'm, talking and reacting to just a blank scene the entire time. How funny would that be? How tragic. Anyway, we're not here about OBS messing up. It's Halloween, we're here for the consuming shadow. Let's get consumed. December 5th, 2015. A shadow is trying to enter our world. What are the ancients? The runes confirm it, I don't know which one. All I know is that they arrive at Stonehenge 3 days from now. One hope remains, a ritual of banishment. 4 runes. Incanted at Stonehenge. You know what, I'll probably want my death counter up for this. Since I see kill myself vibrating there, begging to be used. Oops, go back. 2012, December 13. I've up and changed the timeline just by accidentally pressing one button and going backwards. December 10, 2015. Alright, we're back in the original year. Four runes, incanted at Stonehenge, will close the gateway. The trouble is, I don't know what the ritual is. If I investigate the strange events heralding the shadow, maybe I could piece it together. That's all I have. Oh, maybe. What files have we got? Do we have files? We got 0% completion and so no files. August 8th, 2012. January 14, 2015. We got back to the year, but it's way early on. 4 days after my birthday. What a horrible gift. November 2012. Let's get back to December 2015. It was December 2015 the first time we opened this, right? September 2015, we're getting closer. Let's zero it in. December 2013. June 2015. January 2014. November 2014. This is very important, I promise. February 2015. August 2014. He's writing with such urgency, but we keep on delaying the year. February 2012. October 2014. Oh man, we can't get back. We can't get back to December. March 2012. Was that the earliest yet? August 2015. Should I take it? No. December. Oh, we got the right month, but not the right year. October. We keep it suitably spooky. October 9, 2015. We have until October 12 to finish it. Alright, let's begin the journey. Or... Do I push the button? I could push now. Let's begin the journey. We'll do it proper like. Received a text from the Ministry of Occultism. Only have 15 cash. I hope that's abstracted. Don't look back. Look for intel in cursed towns. Restock at safe towns. Twin Earths would probably be your best place to start. Okay. We're starting up in the Scottish border, are we? Stonehenge all the way down here. Let's see, where have I been? Been around here, a little bit down there, a little bit around there, a lot of bit around here. Burberry, Twin Earth. 16 miles. Let's do it. That little fast forward there. I've reached my destination. Alright. Into the town I go. 60 hours left. The town is suffering an infestation of small, scuttling creatures, too large to be rat, not to mention too aggressive, too organized. A situation like this is just the first sprouting seed of a total invasion by the shadow. It starts with petty nuisances, killing pets, ruining crops. Sooner or later it escalates to missing people being found half devoured. The solution is to wipe it out now before it gains any more footholds. I uncovered word of some kind of domestic terrorist in prison for sending illicit material through the mail, and these materials apparently differed greatly from a traditional anthrax or letter bomb. All of his special packages were destroyed except for one, which was misaddressed and returned to parcel storage. Then shortly afterwards, the infestation began. The post office storage building is, I think, the next place to look. Escape or start to view controls. Okay. We got standard 9mm rounds. Find and destroy a nest. So, run with shift, interact with up or down, fire gun is space or left mouse. There's nothing to interact with yet. I like the persistent timer at the top of the screen at all times. We can't interact with the dolly. There's a box. No, that's just pallets. A box size. Ooh. Okay, if I do, that's my that's my melee. Probably would have been better at that range, but we killed it anyway. Note: October 9, 2015. What is this? A single diary page has been stuck here. Found diary page 2. Oh, that's immediate use. It says 2 times. Pick failed. Pick failed. No picks left. I was wondering if that was just how many chances I had, or if that was how many picks I had and now we've learned the hard way. A set of keys to make exploration easier. Thanks. Hey, look, he's sliding. Whoa. That's alright, I took 5 HP off. And 1 sanity. Oh. Right. Up or down to interact, but I think left click. You got any more bullets? Discard a bottle of tranquilizers. Prevents anxiety, huh? How do I... How do I take it? Studies have shown that 3 distinct ancient ones are currently active. One is trying to break into our realm, one I must banish, a second is assisting them. One I must banish, a second one is assisting, a third ancient one, for ineffable reasons of their own, is working against them. Attempting to banish the wrong god would be disastrous. I must gather clues and identify my enemy. So that just goes to this corner. I am now pickless. Doobie-doo. An ancient 9mm pistol with 2 usable bullets. More ammo get. Oh, I got no more bullets! Smash it! Smash it! 2 usable bullets, so any excess bullets I have don't go into my pocket. The god identified by the Agan rune doesn't appear to be able to physically survive in our universe. Chisel! The threat it poses to us is very real, but thankfully indirect. So the Agan god is probably the helper. Agan is not the invading god. Time to go, dungeon complete. Objective return to cars are gonna be resistance on the way out. There is. But you know what? Oh, leaving the room with monsters alive reduces my sanity. And I didn't. Whoa. Three unfired hollow point bullets. Hastily concealed here. They were inside that monster. Return to the car, yes. Creatures still infest every crack and shadow of the town, but I've ensured they will no longer breed. A combined effort by the locals will be enough to exterminate the remainder. I can move on now. What if I press here? What's the left do? Oh, my notes, my spells? Didn't we get a diary page that we said we could read later? Okay, so those ended up in my case. Now if I want anxiety restoration, I guess, I'm assuming. We're not too bad off right now. Casting the banishment ritual will require me to invoke a mantra consisting of 4 runic syllables. I must investigate the shadow's activities in order to learn which and in what order. Agan probably isn't involved then. It could also use 2 or 3 runes to cast smaller level incantation. Is my mind prepared to dally so unwarily with such forces? What's table do? To cycle through the possibilities. Chisel! Kathoth! Biarla! Nix! You should... Agan is probably god too. Invader, not invader, possible invader, invader's ally, invader's enemy. Not invader. We know one god is not invader. It's the first rune we've got, we'll put it here. Oh, I've got limited supplies there. Alright, where to next then? We have... I guess it's basically a FTL situation, wherein instead of going galaxy to galaxy, we're going town to town, and hopefully we get what we need by the time we get to the end. Let's go to Goro. We can only go to the 2 closest ones next. "52 miles. Burberry looks further. Burby. Yeah, 83. Go to the closer one. A text for the ministry? I got reports of a sleeper cell in Hobley. Needs cleanup sooner rather than later. Don't expect a warm welcome if you let this slide. Where's it at? 10 hours to get to Hobley. October 9, 12:22 p.m. Goro. I feel a crackling in the depths of my inner ears, and the backs of my palms are itching. This can only mean one thing: magic. there is a great concentration of it that hasn't had time to disperse. Magic bleeds through our realm through rifts, and the concentration of it here means there must be one nearby. Fortunately, what can be opened by the same corrosive energy can be closed. Isolating the rough locations of the rift was the easy part. Just isolate the strand of magical energy, the appearance of otherworldly creatures, then triangulate the point they are all moving away from. One brief touch of a particularly active ley line indicates a fairly newly built community college on the border where the commercial district meets the suburbs. Another case of students messing with powers they don't understand. I steel myself to enter. I've only got a few bullets on me. Another victim of the shadow? The poor wretch seems to have used her own blood to daub abstract symbols and strange phrases all over the surrounding floor. Standard 9mm. A set of keys. Gonna keep going down. In the language of the ancients, the name of Biarla is often identified with a symbol resembling a flat, square, backward C. Shimrul. Is Biarla. Two runes are required to seal this rift. I could see them floating in the morass of non-space. Whoa! Okay, so I gotta find the runes elsewhere then? Man, no. Just spin. A piece of wire for a lockpick. Help, I've been imprisoned by the cult of Biarla. They locked me in a filthy oubliette. I could hear them cursing some enemy god, chanting Agon. I think they're killing people up there. So Agon is not the invader, and Agon is the enemy. I think that's fairly good proof that Agon, then, is the helper god. Invader's enemy. If it's the invader's enemy, Biarla is possibly the invader. If it wasn't for dipping my elbow into the hot chocolate and getting marshmallow stickiness everywhere, this is actually a pretty good batch today, and it's my last batch too. Strangely, each of the tribes I have studied independently link the names of Chizo and Yushug, the implication being that the two have a close bond, perhaps as siblings or consorts or both. Chizo and Yushug are together. Wait. Chizo and Yushug. So Biarla is the enemy of Agon. So Biarla is the invader's enemy. And this is not invader. That means that Agon is the ally. The question is, Is Chizou or Yushug the invader or ally? We got so much information. Now bear in mind I have Chizou and Yushug here. Because we don't, just as placeholders, because we don't know which one goes to which. We don't know if Chou's Agen or if Yushug is Agen. So I'll put for both? No, I won't put for both, I'll just complicate things. We have the clues there, so I don't have to put it down yet. Worshippers consider it an grave insult to draw Chizou's symbol in orange, as this is the color associated with one of their oldest and bitterest rivals among the ancients. Hates the god associated with the color orange. So maybe if Biarla is the enemy of Agen and Chizou has a deep animosity with another god, that could be mutual. In which case this could be correct. It could be Chizou was Agen and Biarla is orange. But Agen is not invader. So these two have an animosity, and that's probably why Biarla is opposed to Yushug, because Yushug is being helped by Biarla's enemy Chizou, and Biarla just cares about interfering with Chizou more than helping us, of course. Already at half health. Nothing here. I think I have to use the magic menu then in order to close this. I thought I was finding runes. A discarded muffler. Alright, I'll take the muffler. Okay, so Y and Shim. I've achieved no other effect. Two runes required to seal. I am doing very not good. All I've done is deplete my health and completely drain my sanity. I got some good hints here, but I've completely botched up the ceiling. Okay, let's... How do I use this? Let's take my supplies. Supplies depleted. We don't know the banishment ritual. We know that... Well, I guess... We've learned that Biti and Shim are used in the banishment ritual, right? Is that what we got from that? I don't know. I really don't know. 2 or 3 runes to cast smaller level incantations. So I think it would have just been picking Biti and Shim and one more of the others. Let's go to Denton. We're off to a good start here. Casting random runes might reveal new spells, but I wouldn't recommend unless you want your head turned inside out. T. Thanks for the late warning, Trilby. 14:17 p.m. A woman in her early 20s flagged me down. and when I pulled up, she burst into tears and fell to her knees. She looked exhausted, and I think uninjured, but she's spattered with the blood from some source or other. I get out of the car and cautiously walk toward her, displaying my palms. But the moment she becomes aware that I'm approaching, she gives a shriek and lunges for me. Self-defense! My attempt to calm her appeared to have the opposite effect. She was attacking me, okay? Her mind almost visibly snaps at being physically assaulted by a possible rescuer. Shrieked and lunged! She had a knife, we all saw it. And she runs wailing into the trees from which she had emerged. For a few moments, she was still audible, even after she was out of sight. But then her wails abruptly stopped. I returned to the car, feeling utterly wretched. Well, keep going. Denton? Let's see how Denton looks. The town's calm and peaceful, oblivious of the shadow. My heart feels pain and heavy as I'm confronted by what we stand to lose if we fail in my mission. I didn't realize that this is going to be a topical game too. Let's visit the hospital. A discredited doctor operating a back surgery here. Refill medkit for 15, buy illegal drugs for 15. Give me the medkit. We found a black market dealer. Willing to take money. Let's go to Hobley. Enemy operation found. We haven't got too much here as far as resources go. Sanity shit. Health is pretty bad. Text from a family member. I don't expect a reply to this. I'm not going to sit and fret about whether you ever will. Just stay safe, and maybe one day we'll see each other again. Oh, honey. You better not sit and fret because we're not making it back. We gained sanity. 6 paltry sanity. Reduces random events while driving. Okay. So it just stays in my pocket. "19:05 p.m. I'm brought to the problematic area and told that payment will be made once the problem is dealt with. I don't think the locals fully understand what kind of presence is in their town, but they showed much relief and gratitude as I made my way inside. Find and destroy a nest. I got full health at least. Tragically, I don't get sanity back from banishing monsters. Trash! Dig through the trash. The name Biarla often appears in relation to physical suffering. So Biarla is pain, huh? Early Christians claimed it was a word uttered by Christ on the cross, but it also appears in the language of pre-Roman Celtic tribes to identify some kind of pain avatar or spirit. So Biarla is an aspect of pain, and no wonder Orange is the enemy of Agon, because they're interfering with each other's domain here. Ex-lovers, perhaps. Chazot was the last of his kind, but is that because they merely had a breakup and don't talk to each other anymore? You turned away. Oh, is this a sanity thing that makes his controls... Hello? Another victim of the shadow. They lie curled up, still clutching at themselves, as if something was eating away at them from the inside. So I guess because of low sanity, my controls could reverse, but the flashing is a little bit nauseating. Maybe they could have slowed down the flash, so it spends more time dark than light. Okay, get close. Oh, they got multiple things here. Is that... Run. The tribesmen tasked with night watch of the village are given confidence by chanting keys before going on patrol. Claiming it gives remarkable night visions. That's a spell learned. Found a very old 9mm ammunition box, 2 bullets. It'd be prudent to return, but if I'm to survive to Stonehenge, I do need more intel. Statue is nothing. The Shumbrun has been inscribed on the wall here in orange, marking territory or a gesture of thanks or recognition to another god. Sanity's already at 0, just run! The people waiting for me outside seem determined not to ask questions. Upon my assurance that the problem is resolved, they pay without quibble. So it's not abstracted. 29 is 29 pounds. I just have very little money. They pay me 29 pounds! Witcher work really is miserable work in any era or place. We have time, let's find supplies. A black market dealer. Whoops. Apparently clicking too fast on that just makes the interface go away. Halves physical damage, I'll take. My box of tranquilizers prevents anxiety, but it hasn't been working exactly, has it? I thought it was a thing I could pop, you know, like in Trilby's notes, pop some pills, feel better. But 0 out of 50, I'm definitely not. Everything's all red now. So if that was a territorial marking, that was one of Biarla's towns then. Biarla might be opposed to Chizo and thus to Yoshug, but that doesn't mean they're friendly to us. You know what? Let's at least figure out what Stonehenge looks like. We'll go to Forham, Salzcher, and then Stonehenge. So we could go up too. We don't have to just make a beeline down. We can go to any town within proximity around the hub we're at. So we could go back up to Dinton. We could go to Castle Hill, to Saxport, to Kidfirth. Whoever expects their first run to be one of success, right? I'm gonna die before I get to Stonehenge. So let's just make it a goal for round 1 to get down there. I can't recall if I've ever finished this game back in its kind of beta state. Are you in hiding? Strange people keep coming and asking about you. I haven't told them anything. Do you need money for food? I sent you 3. This is 2015, right? Well, this current run is 2015. 2015 was when I was dating British, and when I was visiting Britain. 2015 was actually my first trip to England. And very foolishly, I dressed and packed for the stereotypical British weather. Which is like, oh, it's always dreary, it's overcast, it's rainy, you don't like the weather, wait 15 minutes, right? The old stereotype. I was dressed and packed all sweaters and long pants for the first of a long sequence of the hottest summer on record in a row. So anyway, 3 pounds isn't gonna get me anywhere. I know this. I know this because I was spending my summers and winters in 2015, 16, 2017, and 18. I know for a fact that 3 pounds isn't gonna get me anywhere. 15 pounds isn't gonna get me anywhere. 29 pounds is really shit payment. Gained 3 pounds. Message from the ministry. Network's down in Saxport. I need a message couriered within 12 hours. There's some extra cash in it for you if you're willing. Saxport? Is all the way up there. We're not gonna make it. Sorry, bud. Let's head into town first. I'll inject a little bit of the sweet stuff. Inject illegal drugs to temporarily restore sanity. Oh, we're feeling so much better. The town is calm and peaceful, oblivious of the shadow. My heart feels pain and heavy. Okay, there's nothing here. And well, I guess I could go to the hospital. We got enough money now, thanks to fam. Refill medkit. You think my family's happy knowing that I'm buying drugs with the money they gave me? We'll get a Solster. I am forced to stop, an altercation in the middle of the road, and as I open the car door, I hear the hideous sound of several malformed throats gurgling victoriously. The minions of Shadow have brought down some poor soul, and appear to be arguing over who may begin consuming the victim's life before life escapes them fully. Several of them become aware of my presence. The moment calls for action without further thought. Flee! "45 hours left." I feel quite buoyed by the clean air here, and people are friendly enough. Maybe it's only in the north where things are bad. Because we're not getting any bad stuff around here. Let's go to Finn's Gate. Message from an unknown number. You're dreaming, you're dreaming, you're dreaming, you're dreaming, you're dreaming, you're dreaming, you're dreaming. Good. If this is a dream, we don't have to worry too much. Lost sanity. The taint upon this town brings to mind the work of a medieval plague. Everywhere I look, I see eyes dropped and jaws slack and silent wails of anguished torment. I saw a tarpaulin in the streets, covering a huge mass from which something that may once have been a limb extrudes. Something far worse than a mere generalized taint has caused this. This is all coming from a source. A loose, poorly handled magical artifact, left to leak its foul energies into everything around it. I believe I've located the source of this otherworldly radiation. An administrative building connected to a local university. Perhaps somebody had the intention to study the artifact scientifically. I have to recover it, and I have to recover it now. And I need to do it before I start paying too much attention to the screams and banging being made at the back of my mind by a sense of self-preservation. Find and recover an occult text. Water! I can't drink the water. The carving dates back to at least 6000 BC and depicts Chizou defeating and casting out. Yeah, this is old news. Figure labeled the god of pain. Chizou is an enemy of the god of pain. Yeah, they're broken up lovers is why. Chizou is also a pain god. Locked door to the bottom. No chance of unlocking it. Set of keys. Hey, I'm invisible. In the language of the ancients, the syllable agon is usually given as a name, but has variously been written fear, paranoia, and anxiety. Okay, Chizou in this case is the aspect of fear. But you know what? We're getting so little on Yushug. We don't have much for the actual invader itself. A single diary page, something to read when it's over, found all these... I haven't found out how to read the diaries. Shim. What is it now? Very nice tea.
Really like these.
Uh-huh, it came out good.
Okay, wait. 5 minutes from the comments off. I'm supposed to not wear them for a little bit so it can finish drying. 'Cause
Okay.
It still dries for up to 24 hours.
Okay. So Shim is not the invading god. Yeah, it's just not giving us new stuff. Business is concluded, dungeon complete. Really, that's it. Mason, stop. I'm getting killed right now. I don't... Wait, there's a person there. There was a person there. I don't know if that thing could be killed. Bashing it wasn't doing anything, it was taking so many face shots. The name Yushug, as well as the social symbol, is the only ever described in yellow pigment. Okay, Yushug is yellow. That doesn't help me. But we got a couple of runes in yellow earlier, didn't we? That probably could have helped us with a banishment ritual. There's a her. I'm being chased, maybe. Animosity rooted in the suffering reportedly endured by a worshipper of Biarla while captured by the cult of Yushug. Okay, so Biarla is hostile to both Chizou and Yushug. Biarla is the enemy of Yushug. And Chizou is the ally of Yushug. So, this just confirms that these two are hostile to her. Okay, yeah, this is a chase guy then. Is Mr. X coming to get me? Down to only 8 out of 50 health. Town is lost to the shadow. Nothing I could have done can change that, but perhaps with what I recovered here, this will finally be the last. No. We saw BT and Shim. So maybe BT is a symbol of Yushug. We saw BT Shim. Banishment ritual is 4 runes. Grammar probably matters, doesn't it? Do I gotta get them in the right order? $16 health. And my temporary sanity is already halfway down too. We could try one more town. We can go to Lowell. And then Stonehenge. Whoops. I guess clicking that just brought me back to wherever this is going. Arrived at Stonehenge. Finsgate has an X. Tinworth and Goro also have X's. Are those towns that we know are now doomed? Because we went down through Dinton, Hobley, Forum, Salster. So I guess it's safe houses in X and dead towns. Or safe towns in green circles and dead towns in black X's maybe? Well, let's bring this one failed attempt to a close, though. Enter the town. We'll see. We definitely don't have enough information, and 41 hours is so much, so we do have the time to drive around and do more things. In the center of Stonehenge, the ground has been torn up, and an eerily lit entrance leads to some kind of tunnel network. I don't know if it's unthinkably ancient or recently built, but either way, let's see, it's 2015, right? I don't think they started on their plans to tunnel under Stonehenge yet for like a road or something. Well, technically nearby. The shadow is not even trying to conceal it. This is close to the deadline. It must feel assured of victory. This will either be the place where it will finally be vanquished, or a fitting tomb for myself. I must be sure that I have all the runes. And the order they must be cast for the ritual, so the word order is also important. Or at the very least, enough information to confidently guess. We have 41 hours. We don't have any health or sanity. Let's try to get more information. I stopped to enter a corner shop that didn't look abandoned and was confronted by an armed man in hastily assembled survival gear, demanding money from a terrified cashier. He attempts to simultaneously cover both me and the cashier with his gun. Flicking his aim left and right, his eyes are wide and nervous. We have the body armor. Take the shot! The body armor I am wearing lends me enough confidence to advance upon the robber, demanding the gun. Pressured, he fires, and the bullet lodges itself in the Kevlar, winding me but causing no harm. I can see the terror in his eyes as I shrug off the shot that I'm able to get the gun from the sweating hands. He flees, and my efforts are rewarded both the remaining ammo in the gun and 37 pounds from the impressed cashier. Stopping one robbery in one store paid me so much more money than saving an entire town. Family member, Daddy, could you come back, please? Grandma is really mean and she hurts us. We want to go home. Ouch. Sanity lost. The town is calm and peaceful, oblivious of the shadow. Okay, we got plenty of money. We'll buy a medkit refill and some illegal drugs. Olton? Text to the Ministry of Occultism. Saxport has fallen to the shadow. You wouldn't happen to know anything about that, would you? I'm trying to get stuff done, sorry. Saxport's in red. It's an official enemy town now. Please enjoy Oldton. Atmosphere is tense here as news has spread of the darkness infecting neighboring towns. Besides that, cannot sense the shadow's influence for now. Kill myself. No, I think not. Billsbury next. Finsgate unfortunate, but it really seems as if most of the towns are fine, as long as they aren't further up north. There's fighting on the streets of Olton. They could use some hands-on assistance. You don't have to help out, but things escalate quickly. Alright, we'll head back to Olton then after this. We have 5 hours, so we should head there next. Monsters sighted. Billsbury, I feel the crackling in the depth of my inner ears, the back of my palms are itching. The presence of magical energy, invisibly flooding the town right at the tops of the building. What could be opened by the same corrosive energies can be closed. So, I don't quite know the mechanic for this, but this is our second one. Except an area of overgrown parkland that backs into the town's largest cemetery. An ideal location for impressionable kids to come and dare each other to perform rituals they don't realize have power. Objective fail, 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 fail. Find interdimensional rift sealed with an incantation. I haven't actually gained ammo. Armor-piercing bullets. I don't know how to swap ammo either. Incant ruins is 1 to 5. 1 to 5 to incant runes. I might just have to look up a proper how-to. Switch ammo is Q or E, okay. Page torn from a diary. Have time to read it once my mission is over. So I can't just read them in the car, I gotta wait for the whole mission too. Was that a fake Was that just my sanity bamboozling me? Set of keys. A corpse here, body torn to ribbons. My forensic skills are rusty. The wounds are self-inflicted. Okay, we see... Could you guys relax, calm down? What am I seeing? BT and you? Alright, so I just do the very ones it shows me. Part of the banishment mantra is to incant the rune of the creature you intend to banish as the first syllable of the mantra. Be very certain you have the right rune. So I guess then I have to find... BT, I'm pretty sure is correct. So I gotta find these things, solve them, and that gives me another clue. So if we did the ceiling correctly way back early on, that would have given us one clue. So much 9mm that's just going into the trash. Or 9mm. Oh, hold on. First aid kit, gain health. Sucks to be my sanity. I like these things, they're easy. Just mash them around, they spin until they drop. Medicinal alcohol. Immediately put to use, gain health. £3! I could buy some Pringles with that. Gaining all this money that I probably won't have use for. Okay. Town's not immediately improved any more than a flood zone to be simply because the rain has stopped, but contribution is made. Time to move on. Let's go to Oldton. We got 5 hours to get that solved. Monsters sighted. .42 is not too bad. So we're fairly certain now that Yushug is Biti. So if the incantation begins with Biti then, that just leaves the other 4 bits. God's Rune, then 1, 2, 3. Joy! I get to guess 3 of the rest in the right order? There's a face in the window there. Very momentarily, another face. I am flagged down by an unmissably fat woman beside an upturned wreck SUV. She screams incoherently until I crouch down and notice that a small child is trapped in the back seat. And judging by the smell, fuel is leaking. The mother is clearly too large to crawl through the vehicle to her son, but I am not. However, the space I need to crawl through is absolutely strewn with broken glass and razor-sharp exposed components. Razor sharp components, huh? We have to make a saw trap out of this. Clear the glass first. Once I am satisfied, I slide in out of the vehicle and rescue the child with a comparative ease. Suitably mollified, if a little testy, for what she considers the unnecessary delay, the mother rewards me with a handful of money, totaling £10. Now see, back when I was spending my summers and winters in Britain, maybe the prices have shifted in 10 years' time, but, or maybe I was just that savvy of a shopper, but I could actually get like a full week's groceries for the two of us for £10. Text for the Ministry of Occultism. Not hearing any reports from Kidfirth, and these days, no news is bad news. Investigate if I have the time. T. Where's Kidfirth? Nah, it's all the way up, Trilby. How about... It's not just us two in this organization. As soon as I arrive, I see creatures of the shadow infesting the streets, attacking wantonly. The people are making valiant effort to fight them off, but the struggle could go either way. Woo. Is that it? That's not it, is it? Oh, that was it. My small contribution has been enough to turn the tide. I'm able to give advice on future defense. £15 gained. Local authorities grateful. When I none too discreetly mention the posted reward, seem happy to pay it properly. Thomas Cowden. Alright, let's get... Let me pop some drugs into me first. Visit the hospital, we'll get some more med kits. What do you get with 27 cash? A locksmith kit that always succeeds, or bullets? I suppose a locksmith kit that always succeeds would mean I don't have to wait for keys. But I don't know if it's a one-time thing or not. It's probably a persisting thing. I'll take the lockpick kit. I'm pretty much max on ammo anyway. Got sightings of enemy minions in Blemouth that need exterminating. Don't expect a warm welcome there if you let this slide. We got 13 hours to Blemouth. And we have what? We still got over 24 hours to go for Stonehenge. We can go to Watering first, Blemouth. And I don't quite fill up to taking on everything in Saxport, Kidforth. Plus, I don't think I have the time. It might be worthwhile then to kind of zigzag your way down to try to get as much stuff as you can. But who's to say where the magical rifts are going to be in order to learn the components of the banishment ritual? Clues for the gods seem plentiful. We pretty much just don't have the aspects that Yoshug represents. But I think the important thing is finding out who's the god and what their rune is. And everything else are just various clues to help you figure it out. Like before, when all we had were a couple of runes, and the knowledge that Bjarla was opposed to Agon, who was not the invader, and Chazot was allied to Yoshug. And then everything else since has just been filling in blanks that are nice, but at this point are just superfluous. 29 hours remain. 28. You get plenty of time, really. Next stop, watering. The shadow's insidious influence is thick on the ground here. The air tastes sharp and acrid and sits heavy in the lungs. From the dark doorways of abandoned buildings, I hear the faint sounds that chills me to the bones. It would be tempting to completely write it off, but with a little investigation, I have found that at least one resident offered resistance. I have found graffiti, inscribed by hasty hands, which I believe to be attempts at protective wards. I recognize the hand of a colleague in the occult arts. Following the trail of protective wards, I've located what I believe to be the home of the artist. The entrance was absolutely plastered in seals, daubed with a mixture of bodily fluids. Ugh. The place was deserted, and everything useful had been taken. I pray that the owner had merely found a safer home. Scraps of discarded journal indicate the source of the wards. An old book in the arcane languages, which has been hurriedly stored in a hiding place at an abandoned building next door. Perhaps I could recover it before someone or something does so first. I'm sick. Find and recover an occult text. The poor devil uses his last moments to paint a message to the floor with his own blood. What's up? I'm not being attacked right now.
I kind of think I like this shirt better than the snakeskin shirt. What do you think? Tucked or untucked?
Untucked gives it a nice tunic look. I like the tucked at first. Though I still think that
I think this looks better than the snakeskin.
You think so? Because I think the opposite.
The snakeskin one does more of the, like, doing this when I have it on, but I'll go put it on and show you real quick.
Okay. He wants to show off his Halloween costume for work. Open only the box bearing the color of Chizo. So there actually is a purpose to the colors beyond just identification. The box bearing the colors of Chizo. Well, we know orange and yellow are Biarla and Yushug, so whichever one isn't orange and isn't yellow. Electrical box does nothing. The patient has become irrationally terrified of the color white, to the point that absolutely no progress can be made if I'm wearing any garment of that color. A change of medication may be in order. Color white associated with fear. Chizo, in this case, has the aspect of fear, because in the divorce with Biarla took pain from Chizo.
I think with this one I would have to have it tucked because it looks a little frumpy to me. I kind of like the black one better. Plus, I think the black looks better with the white pants that I wanted to wear.
I think it matches the tail better.
Yeah. Which is why I got it, but I think I like the black better. Also, I do like not having sleeves. Especially with this going to be in my armpit. It's going to push my sleeve into my armpit, and if I sweat at all, it's going to be really uncomfortable.
Look at this, Mace. I somehow dipped my elbow into my hot chocolate, and so I got a huge marshmallow smear in my desk, and I somehow got my armrest sticky, and stickiness throughout my desk now. But yeah, I guess the pearls one looks alright. Could you close my door, though?
Give you a second.
Okay.
I also like that this one's more, it's not like tight, but more like fit to my body.
Mm-hmm.
And the Gables one is a little more loose. I like that this one is more on me. Let's see. I think this one looks nice. It also hides the buckles a little. Not like super well, but they blend in more since these are black and this is black, I feel like.
Okay.
I was worried that the strap being on top of these would like push it into my skin and it would hurt, but it feels fine.
Alright.
What do you think?
I think you should get me a damp hand towel. Since you're gonna be opening the door and coming in here anyway. My last batch of hot chocolate too, and it's chosen to betray me, to do violence upon me, my robe, and my desk.
I was using this to dry my teeth anyways.
Your
For the
teeth?
fangs.
Oh.
And then I was gonna put on some longer socks and wear my boots with the chains that are like platform black boots.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like black, white, black match a little better than the gray scales. I was looking for black, but I could only find gray.
Thank you, Mace. There, maybe now at least it'll be less sticky around here. So the white box we have to open. Alright. Woo, you're... Oh, we got attack spells! We got some actual cultists here? I don't think that enemy was magical in nature. A single diary page. No time to read it now? We have time to read everything else. Yellow. I can't open the yellow one. Set of keys. Is that guy gonna follow? Oh. Hollow point bullets. I got so much ammo I'm not using. I just gotta start blasting everybody. Killed him! My health is almost dead though. You should identify the symbol representing a stick man. Okay. No, Yushig is a Kiz rune. So it's not Bitty. Kiz. I would have had it wrong then. More yellow. There's more of them. I thought it was the only one. White. Second part is definitely Agon, so Biz Agon. Could I just leave? Escape the dungeon, return to the car? Oh. I'm dead. My health is at 0. Wait. And that's dead. I have died. I can't hear you, there's death sounds in my ear. It's a nice ensemble. Okay. Now lock my door. Yeah. We have experience! We got up to level 3. Is there like... I know there's some roguelike to the game where pretty much it's randomized what you do. But is there a meta progression for the leveling? Or is that just a measure of how well I've done and how much I've done well? We got our first death. Ended 11:25 on the 31st of October. Oh no, that's today. That's today. Oh, that's a real life time and day, not the in-game time and day. Ending G death. We killed 27 minions, did we? 4 items found, 4 dungeons completed. Died of heart failure from the touch of a malevolent spirit 26 hours before the Ancients' invasion. Hopefully I wasn't the only one doing work and somebody else was able to pick up where I left off. Managed to partially assemble the banishment ritual and only allowed a single town to fall to the shadows after beginning their mission. Tended to favor close combat, exterminating 47 enemy minions with melee attacks. Learned one spell, but seemed to distrust magic and avoided making casual use of it. In the end, the subject was physically exhausted, mentally shattered, narcotics-riddled detective. I'm glad Yahtzee's found other words. I got kind of worried reading out physically exhausted, mentally... Wait! Even dead, that's some good cocoa. Files updated. Oh, we got... So we don't need to win to read the diaries. Page 1 not recovered. Should I get more diary pages before I read them out? Maybe I will. What files have we got? Coffer? Okay, so maybe the more I interact with these enemies, the more information I'll get on them. Scudder barely interacted with. Worker buzzer. Soldier buzzer. We almost got an image. Floaters. Pukers. Cultist. The Fat Man? A creature of above average intelligence? Is that the guy that was chasing me around? Beyonders? Many diffs? September 24, 2015. Last night I dreamt that I was killed by something horrible. 2 details stand out. Stonehenge in 3 days. I've learned not to dismiss my dreams when they get this vivid. What if the text we got from an unknown number did say you're dreaming, you're dreaming, you're dreaming, you're dreaming, you're dreaming? 1 hope remains, ritual of banishment, 4 runes encanted at Stonehenge. Okay. Let's start the journey anew. Place 2 birth stars. Oh! The lion? Oh, hold on. So it's not just choose a star or choose a constellation, but placement among the constellation, more distal or proximal, gives us greater benefit. Then why would I not just pick closest to the middle for both if I'm placing 2 stars? If I place one right in the middle, does the other have to be far out? Do I get better benefit on both if I place a sort of median on both? And if I place in the middle, if I place an in-between, I can get middling advantage for all. Ammo capacity for the hunter. Not much ammo capacity, so 3 or 1 isn't all that great, to be honest. And random spell chance is also pretty small. These are so close together that if I put for the magician, I'm gonna get ammo capacity anyway. Medkit capacity higher for the serpent. Research up for the priest. The crab gives health. Ammo capacity sounds really good. Medkit capacity also sounds pretty great. Maybe I'll get health and medkit capacity this time. And because both the crab and the serpent are proximal to the priest, we could probably double up on the priest bonus. Medkit capacity 20, research 63, or 0.63. Health plus 15, research plus 1 solid. Yeah, health 15, medkit 20, research 1.63. 60 hours. Look for intel in cursed towns. Yeah, that's just the, You might make some immediate headway if you went to swimming. 65 health, 50 sanity, 15 cash still. No notes. No clues. We gotta start from 0 again. Swimming is the closest one, and it's in red. Might make headway if I go straight to an infested town. Swimming these nuts. Got him. Shadow cast upon this town hissed like a foul stench among leave the car. Not the result of a spreading infestation, is coming from a source. A loose, poorly handled magical artifact. A dark, forbidding forest that borders a town. Somebody must have attempted to rid themselves of an artifact here. I have to recover it, and I have to recover it now. And do it before I start paying too much attention to the screams and the banging being made at the back of my mind by my sense of self-preservation. What's this? We got a purple rune. The Ew rune, but inscribed on the wall in purple upside down. Intended to curse the god that associates with the rune. Ew and purple. So purple and Ew is the enemy of somebody. Which doesn't help. Maybe is there a not ally? Let me put invaders ally for now with the asterisk that it's somebody's. Wait, no. It's somebody's enemy, that's all we know. It is hostile to somebody. I could have just shot it. Shim rune inscribed on the wall in purple. A generic prayer to a god. Not necessarily the god perverting this place, it could be intended for an associated deity. Huh. So, I don't think the purple belongs to you then. Shim and Ew. So this place is either possessed by Shim or allied to Shim. And whoever possesses this place is purple. Page torn from a diary, diary page 8. £2 money? Getting plenty of ammo-piercing bullets. Is that the artifact? Recording device picked up the chanting of some kind of mantra intended to ward off evil. The third part is definitely keys. Objective, run for my life. Oh no. Is that a swarm of bees? I'm not gonna find out. I'm out of here. The town is lost to the shadows and nothing I could have done to change that. But perhaps it's what I recovered here. This will finally be the last. So we got blank blank keys blank. So it doesn't need to be from sealing magical rifts. Wouldn't it be nice if the first rune was always the rune associated with the god we're opposing? Man, I was just trying to set destination. Networks down in Almsworth. Need a messaged courier within 10 hours. So what if we do? 10 hours is not a long time though. Dinport, Kidham, and then Almsworth. Then we can go to Gorley. And then kind of weasel our way down. Let's go to Dinport then. We'll try to get Almsworth done. Each god has a rune, color, and responsibility. Yeah, we're trying, Trilby. You're signing with the T because they don't have a Unicode character for a hat. Atmosphere is tense, cannot sense the shadow's influence. We're good on drugs and medicine for now. Kidham. I stop momentarily outside an old church, where a youngish man dressed as a priest sits on the steps, clutching a smoking gun. At his feet lies a corpse of a man, who I could immediately see has been altered quite horrifically by the shadow. The priest registers my presence, but does not look up. In a monotone voice, he asks me what has become of our world. He's a priest, I'm sure he could handle the metaphysical truth. I tell the priest everything, and he stares wide-eyed throughout. When I am finished, he has only one question for me. Can you help me stop it? I tell him that I hope so. In reply, he gives me his gun and mournfully goes back inside the church. The gun I find is loaded with hollow point rounds, 4 in all. Cool. Take a lot of time to drive to Kidham. 6 hours for Almsworth. Town is calm and peaceful. Nice. Let's take some time then to find supplies here. Exhaust muffler, bullets, hollow points. Nah. Text from a family member. I don't know where you are, what you're doing. I know it's important to you. Wired £8 from our savings. Man, even in 2005 or 2015, times must have been destitute for the average Briton. That £8 from savings is worthy enough money to help out and to necessitate wiring. Let me just go into the online banking platform and move 8 whole pounds from saving to your account. Gotta make sure I'm topped off enough to get that extra large Costco pizza. Three hours to go. Let's go Gorley next. The message is received by a flustered man dressed not dissimilarly to myself. He is agitated enough that I am forced to awkwardly remind him of the agreed payment before he can run off, whereupon he throws a handful of notes at me and disappears into the shadows. Atmosphere is tense. Cannot sense the shadow's influence. For now. Might as well try to find supplies. Set of skateboard pads prevents broken limbs. We haven't had to worry about it, but I'll take it. Hopefully the next town has something horrific, so I could actually get some clues. Foreboding orange cloud on the horizon soon turns into a raging inferno. Oh, they just had to turn this political, didn't they? Engulfing a 2-story house in the middle of open country. On instinct, I stop and see a young man in pajamas, screaming that his mother is still inside. The man begs me to help him brave the flames. The house is already engulfed, and there's a strong possibility we're already too late. Let's help the lad. Emboldened by my vow to assist, the man runs for the open door, and after only a moment's pause, shoulders his way inside. I jump in after him, and the smoke almost floors me immediately with choking cough after cough. Eyes streaming, make a token effort to explore, but burn my hand on a charred piece of furniture. In the end, I am forced back out onto the lawn, spluttering and in pain. I wait a short while, but when the man does not emerge, I return miserable to the road. What's up, Ministry of the Occultism? Network's down in Almsworth. Need a message courier within 10 hours? Just for cash? But I'm good on cash. Wired you £7. Don't ask who I am. Just keep doing what you're doing. Thanks for £7, mysterious benefactor. I could buy some Kinder Happy Hippos with this. Oh, he just came from Malmsworth. We got so much money and not much of anything else. Maybe we'll go Almsworth and Old Fort Blesby. Gorley. Suspicious of the geniality of the people of this town, a hollowness to their attitude, belies a combination of entrancement and evangelism. Some unaffected ones pull me aside and warn me off. Many have been taken, they say, and returned changed. I hear disquieting tales of physical transformations concealed behind clothing and cosmetics. I am convinced that a dark power operates beneath the surface, infecting bodies and minds, where its oily tendrils settle. The common factor between the afflicted ones is membership in a Mason-like secret society dating back centuries. Their meeting place is barely a secret, private residence of its current Grand Master. The house is the upmarket district, grand classical mansion in a state of slight disrepair. The society is meeting tonight, it seems, and the door is wide open. Not a better opportunity. I'm going to switch to my hollow points for this. Broken mirror is already a good sign. A gentle, comforting hum. Two armor-piercing bullets. So we're maxed out on that, I think. We can go for the right. A lockpick. My lockpick chance is really low, so I'd rather not if I could help it. Set of keys. Chizou paying blessing and tribute to a figure labeled the God of Fear. Chizou is an ally of the God of Fear, and we have all these other clues here. We'll put Chizou for God 3 for now. If they're allies, then either one of these are purple. It could be the same one. It could be Shim is Chizou. Kithoth doesn't appear to be able to physically survive in our universe. The threat it poses to us is very real but indirect. So Kithoth is either an ally or an enemy. Not invading God is the only thing. Bit of a poke. Shimrune again in purple. I see the door handle.
Can you help me open this? I can't get the shit it wants. It's been opened before. You push down and twist. No, not. No. I need it for my first.
Not necessarily the god perverting this place, but could be an associated deity. Not necessarily. Could be an ally. There's still more maybes, but it's the same symbol. £6 of change, just gonna steal their stuff. More 9mm bullets. Let's switch back to 9mm then. Animosity is rooted in the suffering reportedly endured by a worshipper of Chizou while captured by the cult of Biarla. So Biarla and Chizou are in opposition. So I'm gonna guess that Ew, the cursed Ew, is likely Biarla. And unless I have reason otherwise, Shizo, the Shim symbol, and Shizo, the purple Shim, has shown up twice, so maybe the Shim is just purple. And so you're probably Invader's enemy? Kathoth is not the invading god. Shizo was ally of the god of fear. And the enemy of Biarla. Ally of fear. Kathoth is not invading. So if Chizol is an ally and has an enemy, then we already know people's relationships for the most part. Kathoth must be the god of fear that Chizol is allied to, but is not the invader. This should be right. I'm gonna leave this stuff over here in case we get contradictory information. Okay, let's just go then. Wanted to go with the hollow points because I was worried that if this was a Mason-like cult, that would have to kill a cultist faster. And it said large whatever that I had to beat, but just one of those brain-like, Langolier-like dividing enemies. Townsfolk not immediately better off with the extermination of the creature behind their enslavement. There have been several murders and suicides already as the memories of their actions return. The best I could do now was lead them to heal. Full top off, and there's only 40% capacity left. That's big. So we're going back to Almsworth because they keep wanting courier deliveries to Almsworth. We'll go Almsworth and down the Midlands. They're giving me so much money. I have happened upon a small country church where a number of locals have taken shelter. Is this the same church we left on the way out of town, or they found the way out of town, where the priest had killed a guy and then locked himself in? From the indistinct words drifting out of the entrance doors, it sounds like some kind of sermon is taking place. I am finding the prospect of peaceable human contact extremely enticing. This could be for a sanity top-off, or it could be that there's something worse and more sinister going on here. We'll take time to listen. I should have realized the moment I entered the room. This is no gentle Christian sermon, but an attempt to appease one of the loathsome beings that torment our world. I should have recognized the symbols on the altar. As the priest's talk turned to the most hideous blasphemy, I finally became aware of the suspicious glances I had been earning since my arrival. When I rose to leave, the sermon stopped. Other people stood. Something grabbed me around the arm, and that was the last thing I remember. They let me have my watch. They left me my watch, so I know how much time had passed, but I don't know where I am. Escape! We get a little bonus dungeon here. Purple rune. Inscribed in purple. Hold on. Purple eel. The last purple eel we saw was inverted. Which assumed animosity. What I meant to do. Chizo, enemy of Biarla. Kithoth, not the invading god. Chizo, ally of fear. So we have the relationships anyway. Huh. Bizarre. They just keep throwing 9mm ammo at you. £2 of change? Holy shit. Anxiety getting the better of me, feel hot and nauseous, my hands won't stop shaking. Oh. So if I had the pills on me, that status effect just doesn't exist. I want to get more stuff here. Time doesn't pass as quickly. Whoa. Dusty jewelry worth £2. Just lockpick? I came back for £2 at a lockpick. I thought there'd be clues for me here. We're gonna go full hollow point. Well done. Hopefully, that's the only cultist of that type here. Portable first aid kit. Got my health back. My car is waiting for me just outside. I don't know if they intended to use it or thought there was something important inside. I'm not going to question Providence. Oh. I'm all the way down here. 4 hours to get to Almsworth is not gonna happen. How about we go to Law Hill while we're here? Stop by a safe town, top off on stuff. Then go to Twin Gate, Saxel. Let's go to Fort Hope instead. And then we'll go Hobblemuth, Old Firth, Blesby, scoop around up here. %36% is alright. Or 36, whatever's. Okay. Fort Hope. Town is calm and peaceful. Let's get a top off for my medkit. And we'll see what supplies they got here. Breathing mass halves toxic damage. That could have been useful to the fire. But oh well. We'll get more hollow points. Halves toxic damage. I don't think we've seen toxic damage yet. Let's go back to the car. Not hearing any reports from Saxel, and these days no news is bad news. We could make our way down. Old Firth, Hobblemuth, Twin Gate, Saxel. 2 hours to get to Almsworth, but I'm not going to make it there in time. We were so close to it. All I had to do was not go to church. Fighting in the streets of Old Firth, they could use some hands-on assistance. Almsworth fall into the shadow. I really shouldn't be reading my text messages while driving. And hey, we're meant to come here anyway. As soon as I arrive, I see creatures of the shadow infesting the streets, attacking wantonly. The people are making a valiant effort to fight them off, but the struggle could go either way. That's it! That's it! My small contribution, but enough to turn the tide. Gain 18 pounds. Well, let's head out. We gotta get more clues after all. We only have the 3rd rune. We have 3 more runes to get that we haven't. A short traffic jam on the motorway. Not a major one, I should be moving again within minutes. But I take the opportunity to get out for a moment and stretch my legs. Do people do that? They just get out of their car in the middle of a traffic jam. Other families have had the same idea. A couple are arguing around the car in front, and their young daughter, clad in pajamas and hastily thrown on coat, asks me if everything's gonna be alright. No, little child, the world is being beset upon by multiple ancient gods. Yeah, little kid, is gonna be okay. Of course it's gonna be alright. I pretend to have misunderstood the question and tell the girl that her parents are arguing over nothing. It doesn't mean they love each other less. She nods, slightly puzzled, and leaves me alone. Shortly afterwards, traffic starts moving again, and the family go on their way. I wonder how differently this encounter could have gone. Right outside Hobblemoth. After which, we do Twingate then Sax. Hobblemoth on the River Hobble. At first, I was ready to declare this town to be unblemished, but the facade fades quickly under scrutiny. Everywhere I investigate, I attract desperate looks from people, as if trying to urgently convey something to me without the people around them suspecting. A number of anonymous notes have been passed to me by various means, some demanding I leave, some revealing details that sicken my soul. There is an evil here. I know it, one so loathsome, that it will freeze even the busiest of tongues. I received a text seeking to arrange a meeting, but when I called back, the woman who answered knew nothing about it. She said it was her husband's phone, that she was worried, that he had not come home from work. She revealed that he worked as a forklift operator at a large storage facility not far up the motorway. I pledged to investigate immediately. Locate a missing person, or what remains of them. Three usable 9. You see that? I use 3 9mm, I gain 3 9mm. Oh, we got red. The BT rune inscribed in red. Generic prayer to a god. Could be an associated deity. BT in red. Maybe red BT? We got Shim, Yu. Shim was in purple and was nice. Shim, Yu was in purple and nice, and Yu was in purple and inverted. So I'm a bit puzzled out by exactly who's who. All locked doors all around. I was wondering why I was going through it. It was fake. It was a hallucination. You're real. Now you're dead. A single diary page, page 7. Gotta find that key. That's real enough. I gotta start taking some drugs, apparently. Keyring. I'm just stealing people's packages. Get on health still. Two hollow point bullets. That's my cultist killer. Oh, I'm out of 9mm bullets. I didn't even realize. There's some more 9mm. And there's hubby. Found what remains of the person I was sent to find. There's nothing to do to help them. Sent to break the bad news. Just one armor piercing to drop him. Little wizard struts up to me, ready to cast some vile spell, then blammo. The news of the death did not, it seems, come entirely unexpected to the poor soul waiting for my return, but they appreciate my efforts. As I made my excuses, they pressed a wallet into my hands. I'm getting so much in terms of money. The syllable il has many uses in the language of the ancients, but most notably as the first symbol of a notorious dispel. Enough to banish a god. Alright, we got 2 of 4 at least. Twingate and Saxel. I will pull out your bones and drink the marrow as your remains twitch and burble at my feet. Joke's on you, sucker! I got the knee pads and elbow pads, so broken bones are prevented. There's a guy in Stone's church asking for someone to bring him a locksmith kit. Not sure what it's about. There's some extra cash if I'm willing. How far away? I got 23 hours to do it, so we could stop by Saxel. Then do Herster, Billsbury, Stone's Church. And then we'll see if I should search around up here or go straight to Stonehenge. You know, it could be that all the good towns are here, and the closer I get, it's all going to be cursed, and if I want to refill on things, I should do it now. The town is suffering under an infestation of small scuttling creatures. Start with petty nuisances, killing pets, ruining crops. Investigate further. Townspeople concerned centers around an office building, evacuated for extermination early in the crisis, but has not since reopened. No one can confess to having seen any of the exterminators come out. It must be the location of the nest. I like the text that swaps over. My sanity starts getting low. Objective, I'm sick. I got so many hollow points. I'll start using them. It just bumped into me and died. Gravely wounded and bleeding won't stop. That's a new one. Prisoner of the Cult of Chizo. The other god they're trying to appease, they keep chanting Shim, 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 please send help. The god they're trying to appease is Shim, Shim, Shim. Chizo is the enemy of Biarla, ally of the god of fear, and allied with the Shim. I'm gonna have to take some external notes here. There's an empty text document. Along with the Queen notes. There. So. We've had purple, eel, inverted, curse. We had purple eel. We had purple Shem. Because Chizo is allied to the Shim person. We have a red BT. Red BT we saw earlier. Maybe Kathoth is purple. Because Shim and Fear are allies of Chizo, and Chizo was allied to Kathoth. So you or BT is either Biarla or Chizo. I'm confused by the orientation of the initial purple inverted U to now purple upright U. Though I guess it could have been that the purple inverted U, but there's purple Shim too. So maybe the purple inverted U just meant that whoever there hates the purple U. So that's what I had. Well, alright, I'm just twisting my head around. But purple U and purple Shim are also seen. So maybe it's whoever's a purple U also likes Ian, also likes Shim. Or maybe Shim is purple. And that's why a purple U earlier was shown as a sign of allegiance. And a purple inverted U meant those guys suck, fuck them. So it could be this is a purple U, and then Biarla is a red Beatley. Maybe? I mean, that makes some kind of sense, right? I heard an aurora. Oh, that's my hollow points I'm wasting. But I got 3 hollow points back. The name Kathoth is associated with a symbol only ever described in red pigment, blasphemous otherwise. Well, there we go then. Kathoth is red. Wait, Kathoth is red? Kathoth is red. Kathoth is red? Kathoth is red. Then what did the red BT mean then? Kathoth is not invading. Chizou is an ally of the god of fear, enemy of Biarla, so he can't be the ally of Biarla, he's the ally of Kathoth. So red is Sheem. The sigils on the walls in their various colors and configurations no longer make sense to me. Unknown everything. We know Kathoth is red, otherwise is blasphemous. Otherwise is blasphemous. So the purple Sheem would have been cursing the name of Kathoth then. Maybe these guys have been shit-talking each other. Maybe the red BT means that they were cursing BT. Maybe the purple U I don't know. I need more clues in the sigils I've been finding on the walls then. Keyring. It's a good thing I didn't waste my ammo there. Biarla defeating and casting out a figure labeled the God of Disease. Biarla is an enemy of the God of Disease, and we know that Kathoth is Chizou's ally of fear. Chizou is a god of disease this time. Flashlight. Improves visibility. The symbol Sheem, many uses in ancients. The last symbol of a notorious dispel. Powerful enough to banish a god. Well, this is great. We got so many clues for dispelling the god. We just need the name. Well, I guess we got the name. But I still have my apprehensions. A red BT in again. Red BT. You see why I get confused about the orientations of these things? Red BT. Red is Sheem. You know, we had... The U was purple, right? Maybe this is showing that BT and red are aligned. Kind of like an I'm gonna wear your last name kind of thing. We've seen a purple Sheem, and a purple Sheem could mean I hate that fucker, since Kathoth is only to have his name written in red. We've had a purple Sheem and a purple U. And the purple we had two purple U's, a normal purple U and an inverted purple U. So maybe U was supposed to be purple? And when the Sheem went purple, that's them saying I really hate that guy? When the purple E was inverted, it was someone else saying fuck that purple E person? So maybe Bjarla is the purple one, damning Cathal's name by writing it in purple, and then Chizou coming up, damning their name by putting it upside down. We've only ever seen Bitti in red, though. So if Chizou is the invader god, because they have an ally, we have an actual faction here with one in opposition, then maybe the missing second syllable is the name of the god to be banished, in which case we could actually have a winning run here. More lockpicks. Bitti is illness, so that's confirmation then that Chizou is Bitti, as we finally sussed out. Get out of here! Get out of here! Oops, not click out of here. I don't mean to click out of the game. Energy boost, gain health. The patient become terrified of the color red. Okay, does that mean that red is a color of fear? Red is a concept of fear. Yeah. Cathoth, red, Sheem, fear, invader, ally. Tell me something I don't know. No magical wand has been waved over the town to remove the taint of the shadow. With the infestation removed, it is certainly quieter. I make my way back to the car, hoping what remains of the town's population survives and will get back on their feet. We still have that grave wound. I'll probably need a proper hospital for that. But yeah, U blank keys shim. It could be that the second syllable is that of the god sigil. In which case it could be U Bitti keys shim. It's either Bitti or Agan. And I feel like it would be the name. They want me to go to Saxhol next. I got plenty of health, a decent amount of sanity, but I haven't got much in the way of 9mm ammo. I have to use my good ammo. With luck, we get what we need in Saxhol. And then we could just go maybe Stone's Church, Finston Stonehenge. Given the time we have left, I could go to Law Hill and get hospitalized up, maybe buy some more things. We do have the time, we got so much money too, and Saxhol's already down. Let's go to Law Hill first. I have 34 hours. Don't even gotta stress it. Cannot sense the shadow's influence. Treat the bleeding for 10. Refill the medkit. See what supplies I could pick up. Armor piercing, flashlight. Let's get more hollow points. More armor pierce. Then I guess we'll go Twin Gate Saxhol. As I was passing a seemingly functional hospital, The front doors burst open and a person in a surgical gown, injured very nastily, and trailing disconnected tubes, stumbled out. After being patiently talked out of their hysterics, they informed me that some kind of malevolent influence has corrupted the hospital staff. They also remember with a jolt that they have a friend still imprisoned within. They plead for me to go in and rescue the poor soul they left behind. I was already on my way to Saxhol, but yeah, sure. Maybe we'll be super lucky and find another part of the incantation. Suddenly adrenalized, they instructed the escapee to find safety. I was going to end this nightmare. Locate a missing person or what remains. Worshipper Bjorla, captured by the cult of Chizo. Just tells us they're enemies. Chizo appears to be the enemy of Bjorla. Bjorla appears to be the enemy of Cho. No contradiction there. Shim is paranoia, fear, anxiety. That's it. Man, we know that. Set of keys. Let's go down here first. He's alive! Holy shit! By some miracle, this victim of the shadow is still alive. They say their thanks and sprint for the exit the moment they're freed. 2 bullets of 9mm. Whoa! Ho, 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 ho. We got a giant head. Objective, get away. I can't run and my controls are inverted. Okay, there we go. You know, I was going to explore a little bit more to the left. We had a few more doors that we hadn't gone through. But given there's some real bomb-ass head after me, I'm gonna get out of here. I cough politely to get the attention of the 2 figures, tightly embracing each other near my car. They're about to jank my car. Without daring to disconnect from each other, they offer copious thanks and 24 whole pounds for my trouble. I consider turning it down, but pragmatism wins out. Keep running, coward. The only reason you still live is because your feeble efforts amuse our Lord. I'm pretty sure their Lord has zero awareness of the goings-ons here. You blank keys Sheen. Saxel. We gotta do it. My sanity is only at 14. I still think that's pretty good. But I think I'll go ahead and take the tranks. Inject the illegal drug to restore my sanity. I have to inject this stuff. I can't just take some... I can't just nibble on some mushroom. The streets seem to be almost deserted, but I get a prickly feeling in the back of my neck that is in fact teeming with life that is trying to stay hidden. I have heard numerous inhuman voices, almost like a chitinous giggling, that stops every time I attempt to trace it back to its source. Moments ago, I turned suddenly, and I'm certain I glimpsed something on a nearby rooftop, which ducked behind a chimney stack when it saw I was watching. The suspense is becoming intolerable. Eventually, I glimpsed one of the less subtle creatures enough times that I was able to start pursuing it. I ran, keeping the indistinct shape in the center of my view as best as I could as it led me to its home. It is an ancient house by the river. surrounded by an overgrown garden. I trudged uneasily through the long grass, expecting uneven fangs to clamp around my leg at any moment, until I find myself at the front door of the house itself. Find and clear out 3 rooms where minions of the shadow are congregating. We'll start with 9mm. Got 28 hours to go with so much time. Cathoth or Terror Beast? Alright. Just more boogeyman stuff. Cathoth is a god of fear. Could we get an aspect of the Yarla or the color of Chizo? Hey, don't touch the door. This isn't 12/13. Yeah, it's Halloween though. I had this planned for Halloween. I told you. I'll put 12/13 in queue, I promise. But I'm sorry to say that I already had plans to devote Halloween to trying to conquer this shadowy game of conspiracy and dread. Dusty jewelry, just more money. Just spins and drops. Do-do-do. He's... Maybe I should use armor piercing for these guys, since I have to find rooms where these things are congregating. Congregating leads me to believe it's going to be a group of them. Ew is upside down. The associated god would regard this as a grave insult. Is there more over here? There is. There's a nest. That's not just congregation, that's nesting. Been gravely wounded. Oh man, I gotta do it again. Place infested with creatures for the shadows. Find and exterminate however many remain. Two armor-piercing bullets. Alright, got plenty of 9mm clips. Health has started to get distressingly low. This better be the last 2 rooms of the house. Ugh, 8 HP! Anxiety getting the better of me. This is such a good run. I think I'll just leave. My work is not complete. I'm getting out of here. You know, I did 2 out of 3. Don't you dare kill me. 1 out of 65. Oh. Supplies depleted, that's okay. I'll find a friendly town elsewhere. We got 17 hours for Stone's Church. And 28 hours left to go. The sight of blue and red flashing lights in my rearview mirror startled me out of a light doze. A police car is signaling me to pull over, sure. The police car pulled in behind me and a single officer got out. I watched him in the rearview mirror as he sauntered over to the driver's side window, then stared innocently into the middle distance as he leaned down and requested to see my license. 5 hours and 25 minutes until Don't Touch the Door stream. You try to squeeze something in, Dorsby, before Macaw finally gets his laser active emulator up and then does a full night of I Will, the Story of London. As he inspects my details, he noticed some of my special bullets among the detritus on my passenger seat. My gun license is valid, but I am informed of new legislation regarding exotic ammunition. I'm let off with a warning and all my special ammo confiscated. All my special ammo. We know where your children sleep. They'll be eaten first, greased and spit roasted alive as they howl for their father. 26 hours. Hobblemonth. Was basically just on the way to Stone Church. My health is getting pretty bad because of my wounds. I should have stopped by. Oh, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die because of my wounds. Gain 24 pounds, gain sanity. Stone's Church better be safe. Met outside a large grand house by an intense, physically imposing man in an ill-fitting suit who opens conversations by asking how I expect to open the front door with the locksmith kit he requested. Locksmith kit, not just a lockpick. At the very least, we have a safe town here. Fool that I was, I thought it was a lockpick that I was requested. Well, let's top back up. We'll visit the hospital, refill my medical kit. Body armor to have physical damage. Yes, please. And now let's get my bullets back. Four 9mm rounds and 4 armor-piercing rounds. Oh. I misunderstood, Dorsby. Not until you will stream, but until I will stream. Yeah, just 5 hours 25? And my car does the usual time? So medkit is maxed. I don't have as much bullets as I would like, but we basically have 3/4 of the ritual spell. The only other remaining sigils are Agon or Bitti, and I feel like it's Bitti because the sigil of the beast has not been... Wait, no, Bitti would be Chizo. You is already the first thing. You's the first thing. So it's either Bitti or Agon. I would have to guess Bitti or Agon. Shim is in there. Do we require the names of both the gods and... No, hold on. Bitti is Chizo. Bitti is Chizo, so Chizo is the invader god. So it could be Bitti. It could be the name of the invading god. Or it could be Agon. Hey, Carver. I think I'm willing to gamble on Bitti. So I would have to do U Bitti Kizshim. It's a 50-50 chance, and I'm making an educated guess. So, we've patched up our wound, we have full health, we have illegal drug-supported sanity. I think we should go Stonehenge. We should go Stonehenge and try to do good with this. It has been so long since I have played the beta version, but I'm half certain that Stonehenge is going to be a dungeon of its own to find the final room to do the sealing ritual. The banishing ritual? I got health, I got no more money. Let's go! To Stonehenge! Who have we got? Keep running, coward. That's the second time they're telling me that. If I'm really getting under their skin, then my efforts must be working. Please enjoy Stonehenge. Funny enough, I've never been. I think it required, like... Well, I guess if you want to go up to it, in my research, you had to, like, arrange ahead of time or something. And there were plenty of other places to visit. 4:02 a.m., Stonehenge. In the center of Stonehenge, the ground has been tore up. Let's go. Enter the tunnels. Yeah, we got one more dungeon. Locate the underground summoning chamber and cast the ritual of banishment. U blank keys Sheem. I'm gonna guess BT. I've only got 8 rounds total, but I got full health. And I got bodily protection. So if I gotta do melee... I was gonna charge right to that guy's face. Body lies at my feet. A discarded pentagram necklace inside. What's this do? Halves sanity loss from spellcasting. We got visibility. We got broken limb prevention, half physical damage. I'll keep the visibility. I'll take the halved loss from spellcasting. It's gotta be behind that locked door. Discarded breathing mask. More loot. 3 hollow point bullets. Just somebody get me a lock, not a lock, like a key. I need keys. All I'm fighting are more bodies. Oh, that's real. I wasn't sure if it was a sanity thing. New challenge available. What have I done? While not their signature color, the god Kathoth is also shown to have affinity for the color purple, an allied deity in the ancient pantheon. Well, there's my confirmation then, that purple is in fact Chizo's. So in the U... We've seen inverted purple U, and we've seen normal purple U. We have had confirmation that BT is Chizo, right? Because he had red BT and purple Sheems, and that kind of feels like wearing each other's friendship bracelets. Is that another fake one? Just gonna run. That did take a hit to my sanity, so I think that one was real. Lockpick. So many lockpicks, but no actual key or lock kit or lockpicking kit. You like the Stream Deck, but you want it to be wireless, is it not? I assume that the Stream Deck or the Steam Deck was something like oh wait, you're talking about the Stream Deck, not the Steam Deck. I don't mind its wired state because it's basically for the computer anyway, so I don't mind plugging it into it. But at the end of the day, a Stream Deck is just a series of buttons and hotkeys. I know people who have used their phones as ad hoc Stream Decks. Or even just their own numpad. Gravely wounded and bleeding won't stop. I'm gonna get killed on this effort to seal this thing up. These ones are nice. I just hit them and they spin. If more enemies could be like this. Shim in red. Yeah, we know shim is associated with the color red. This is old stuff. I do enjoy my Stream Deck. It hasn't steered me wrong yet. Though I have been making pretty basic with it. Oh! I thought it disappeared because it was a sanity thing. That's just invisible. Set of keys! Holy shit, finally! Just gotta make a beeline for the ritual chamber then. That is a pulsating tree. I don't trust you. Was that it? The room's in red. What if that was it? Okay. You bitty keys sheen. Experimentally, I cast a banishment ritual. It did little more than rattle my brains. Need to be close to the place where the god is coming through. So this isn't it? This is just some other nonsense he got going on. I don't know what that was then. Okay, we got a couple more locked places. This is the furthest place yet. Please be the ritual site. Not the ritual site. Just more trees. 2 hollow point bullets. Okay. My sanity is completely gutted. I'm gonna need more drugs after this. But since sanity is gutted anyway, what if I do have to clear out all these trees before I can do the banishment ritual? What if I do? This is just a dead end here. What? No, stairs going down. We got actual stairs going down. I don't know what the significance of those trees are, if there's any benefit to killing them. The underground summoning chamber and cast a ritual of banishment. The descent unlocked. Is this it? This is it. This is where the Ancient will appear to lay our world to ruin. All I have to do is encant the correct banishment ritual with the invading god's runes. With the invading god's rune. So Biti would have been a requirement then. So if you have 3 out of 4, and you know the god's rune, then you have 4 out of 4. Alright. You Biti keys Shin. Banish the Ancient with an incomplete ritual. Cast a correct banishment ritual. I got... Whoa. 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 Do I flee? I don't... Do I... Well, I'm dead. I was distracted by the 2 achievements that popped up. We got music. Is this an incomplete win then? Because one of the achievements was an incomplete ritual. So maybe killing the cheese were a part of the ritual then. Maybe because I didn't kill the trees, I got pulled into the god's domain, and while I banished it, I got lost within its torment. The preceding writings were found in an abandoned card. I didn't get to read it! Oh, come on! We got credits though. Let's see what I get for trying to puzzle out things. Guess I'll actually make use of Twitch's new ability to go back on the playback. But the trouble is, you can't exactly with finesse click where in the playback you want to go, since the bar's like that, and if you're trying to get to like a few little things here or there. Ending C, may the ultimate sacrifice. Make it quick, banish the invading Ancient. Objective die. Okay, so there's me dying. Killed the one thing, still getting hit. Then death. The preceding writings are found in an abandoned car near Stonehenge after a crisis period, mysterious ended last week. The vehicle was registered with the name of a noted scholar who had disappeared from his home a few days previously. The veracity of the text is uncertain. Several witnesses in town across the country have confirmed certain details. But contrary to the scholar's claims, no mysterious tunnel entrance has been found in or near Stonehenge. I categorically deny the accusation that I myself was in contact with the scholar during the crisis period and was passing him classified information at the time of writing. His whereabouts remain unknown. T. And then all the text fades away. Cool. We got to an actual ending though. We managed to seal the god. Or banish the god. Even if it cost us the ultimate sacrifice. Subject the scholar. Successfully banished the Ancient with 18 hours remaining. But disappeared into the Ancient's realm. Now, hopefully deceased. Managed to partially assemble the banishment ritual, and only allowed a single town to fall to the shadow after beginning their mission. Tended to favor close combat, exterminating 67 enemy minions with melee attacks. In the end, the subject was a physically exhausted, mentally shattered, crippled, burned, heavily armed, jittery detective. We died, but that was success. New character unlocked. The Ministry Man if you want something done yourself. This will teach me not to subcontract. The scholar has gone dark. He either died or lost his mind or suffered some other terrible consequence of not listening to me. Fortunately, I have what the scholar lacked, the support of government resources. I have the banishment ritual. I have money. What I don't have is the identity of the invading god, nor do I have much time. I estimate that 24 hours remain before the incursion event. So he has a ritual, he's got cash to buy everything he needs, we just have to find the name of the god. And we only have 1 day to do it for balance. Well, give me a second, not to BRB. Too poor to save humanity? Not this time. Although actually kind of was. The randomized dates are roughly the 2010s, right? I was in England for the 2010s. People weren't so broke that $15 to start off with and try to save the world, or £15 I mean. £15 is nothing! And the amount of reward money we'd get, here's £20. What? I can buy a week's worth of groceries if I try to splurge up and go with Morrison's instead. All of my deaths are here. I guess we got all the negative cases since we got trapped in the other world. But first I am gonna BRB because it has been about 3 hours. I gotta pee and refresh my cups, and boyfriend apparently needs help with something. So I shall be back momentarily. Get out of here. Discover your options, stay connected. Windows support, yada yada yada. Trying to sneak in when I'm on BRB. Alright, got my water. Swapped out my last hot cocoa for some fresh tea. And because a certain boyfriend decided that he was going to put his claws on before assembling the rest of his costume and help him out for a bit, which means we are ready to come back, and this time we get to play as a mysterious, enigmatic T. Whoever this T is, this government ministry man T, with this bizarre, what would you call this? Not quite a fedora, trilby maybe? We have challenge modes we've unlocked now, right? The Descent. Complete as many levels as you can in an endless dungeon. A standard game with special conditions. Should I get the best ending? There's a daily challenge. A game with 3 random impediments. Using today's date as a random seed. Huh. Test of Cunning. Locksmith kit and 10 lockpicks, but dungeons will never spawn keys. The ministry man needs at least 1 birth star to access this challenge. Biological clock. You start with an untreatable bleeding wound. Treat 3 status ailments in a single game to unlock it. Amnesiac, you have no dungeon map, and the town status is not displayed on the roadmap. 20 dungeons to clear before I unlock it, caution advised. Start with body armor, a breathing mask, but the medkit cannot be refilled. Heal a total of 500 health points to unlock, 153 to go. Pistol whipper. Play by the rules of the warrior, you cannot buy or scavenge ammunition. China shop, everything dies in 1 hit, including you. Reach level 10 of the Descent to unlock. That could actually be pretty fun. Scourge of the Ancients, you die in 1 hit, and the game begins at maximum threat level. I die in 1 hit, and the world begins at maximum threat. Is that just hardest mode possible? So we have the Scholar, default character, a car, a gun, and 60 hours to save the world. Oh! Current level, birth stars, so the level up system does what? Gives us more birth stars to use? Full banishment ritual and 100 pounds in cash. That's it? He's all like, oh, I have government funds. He's only got 100 pounds. We're at 39% for the soldier buzzer. Floaters, 31% for hoppers. Summoners. Overseers. Where's the head? Which one is a giant head that chases after you? Okay, let's do the Ministry Man. April 16, 2013, sure. $24 hours and $100. Should we count that as a death, even though... Nah, I'm gonna count deaths for failures. So let's do it. Let's hop on in. 24 hours to go. Biti, God's Rune, Shimagan. So basically you have 24 hours to find the name of the god. And... well, the rune of the god. And also to get as many tools as I need to successfully get our way down into Stonehenge. We know all the hot spots. Let's go to Salworth first. Just 12 miles down the road. Prevents broken limbs, sure. And should I get some hollow points? Finsley. Maybe this will be extra easy because we already have everything. We just need to get the rune. Though I guess we have a 50-50 chance, don't we? Because Bitti Shimagan means it's down to you or keys. Stab-proof vest prevents severe wounding. Alright. Hi, I don't know you. A dream told me I should help you. I've sent you 13 quid. Holy shit. I hope that's enough. It really isn't. What could I do? I could go to Primark and buy some shoes or something. Hobbleport. Then we'll go Dinby. Ever since I crossed the town's limit, I felt a sensation of being watched by black, unwelcoming eyes. I hear an insectile skittering echo through the crooked street and dense alleyways that could conceal no end of horrors. Moments ago, I turned suddenly and I glimpsed something near my rooftop. Eventually, click on the less stupid creatures, less subtle creatures, pursue it. Led it to his home, thickly forested area that I think may have once been a memorial garden, before the shadow's perversity infected the foliage. Many distressing noises rustled out from between the trees. Am I prepared to root out the infestation? Whoops. Well, there's one bullet down. Trilby, physically different in appearance to the scholar. Though his lockpicking ability is a mere pathetic 15% still. Trash. 5 pounds? Oh man. A discard of all 6 pounds? Just the master thief is at it again. Kiz rune in yellow. Generic prayer to a god. So we have Kiz in yellow. Keyring. Okay, let's break this apart first. I'm already... Damn, that took so much of my health so quickly. There were easy enemies I could just bash away with, but because they kept going around. Trilby is going to die. He started off so good. Y'all got any of those extra health kits laying around or medicinal alcohols? And that's death. I couldn't even escape. Final score, 520. Stabbed to death by a hopper 17 hours for the Ancients' invasions. Took a balanced approach to combat and died for it. In the end, subject was a run-of-the-mill time waster. Let's do it again. Let's go to Finsboro first. We'll go to Finsboro. Get our shit kicked in. Then we'll go to Dinforth, Faro. Ang Keys Sheem. So you or BT? The town is unnaturally peaceful. An orchestra of emptiness. Shops are open, each is unattended. Lighted windows, but each only offers a view of a completely vacant room. The wind is the only sound. Like I'm waiting for something to shatter. All the abandoned houses are sent letters inviting the residents to a dinner dance at an isolated mansion. When we arrive, an air of grim unpleasantness hangs over it. Front door falls open as I knock. Strange English manners, Trilby? Haven't you had bad luck with these of the past? Perhaps I'm not too late. Perhaps I could find survivors, pull them from the brink. Perhaps if I write it down, I'll start to believe it. What am I doing? Looking for survivors? Nest infestations aren't the most pleasant for a first mission. Ganix and Chizo are in opposition. I'll put them both for Invader's enemy because we don't know which is which. Cultists in yellow. Bitty rune in yellow. Could be thanks to another god. Maybe ally? We don't know. Just more BT yellows. Survivor! I reached a person where the shadow could take them. Free them of their bond, direct them to the exit. That is a loud rumbling sound we hear. 6 pounds of jewelry. Page from a diary. Set of keys. Missing person struck off the list. Dead end. Final person? Final person. Unless there's any loot to be found. Bit of Trilbyism in there. If I can get past him. Survivors milling around the entrance, all one of them. Shaken and touched by madness but alive. Some papers he had taken for some purpose or another. What did we learn? The god identified by BT is not the god attempting to invade. I know you're reading this, Scholar. Scholar is dead. Your actions will have far further reaching consequences you could possibly imagine. So BT is the ally then, maybe? Ang Keys Shim. And all that's left is BT and Yu. So we could end it, because Yu has to be it. Yu has to be the name of the invading god. That's the only thing that matters, is knowing which one the god's name is. BT is not invading. That brings our 50% chance to 100%. Yu is the invader. Whoever Yu is. So we don't have many tools. So we're not going to survive going down to Stonehenge anyway. But since we do have a whole lot of money, I don't really need to do anything else then. Let's spend that money on whatever we can get. More weapons, more tools, anything to help survivability. Have sanity cost from spell casting. We don't know any spells. But I'll take some hollow points. I'll take some armor piercers. We remember you, Pawn of Prophecy. You never truly escaped. Our mouths still chew a tiny piece of your soul. Found myself lost at a suburb over which a considerable pall hangs. I can feel terrible things lurking in the dark corners and alleyways, waiting for an opportunity, but against all odds I found a garage owned by an untainted man. Once convinced of my humanity, he proudly shows me a modified all-terrain vehicle, in which he intends to escape the possessed town. The souped-up engine roars deafeningly. It is too dangerous to stay. But the noise would surely attract minions of the shadow. Advise him on it. I point out that an ideal escape vehicle would not attract attention, but he seemed to take it as a personal insult. Ignoring my advice, he sulkily gets into the driver's seat and drives off, his powerful engine screaming all the way. I do not encounter any minions on my way out of the suburb. I can only hope they were not following him. He's an adult, he can make his own choices, and if his choice made it easier for me, then thank you. Blesport. Locksmith kit, lockpicking always succeeds. It might take us a bit to find the keys, right? And the more I go around trying to find stuff, the more I put myself into harm's way. I guess we'll take the lockpicking kit. It doesn't help survivability all that much. "15 hours, getting closer and closer to the end." I wonder if there's a special ending for finishing the game, or running out of time inside halves general sanity loss. Maybe it'll help out. We managed to take control back from the tainted ones. We're going to get through this. Don't worry about us. Focus on the mission. Sanity gained. It'd be nice if that meant that any given town had swapped back over. I haven't memorized the town, so I don't know. We'll go to Burton, Tim type. I'm feeling good about this run, which already cursed it. As I stop briefly at a junction, a harassed-looking young man in rumpled clothes runs to my window and pleads for a ride between labored breaths. He says there are dark forces at work in one of the safe towns, and it is vitally important he gets there. His hand is nervously rattling at my passenger side door handle, which I have shrewdly been keeping locked. Let's let him in. Before I could even finish voicing my consent, the stranger hauled me out of the driver's seat and into the road. I could only watch, paralyzed with shock, as he made his escape in my car. For 2 miserable hours, I walked along the roadside before recovering my car, abandoned in a hedgerow with the doors wide open. And the engine has suffered some damage, can no longer go top speed. Do you see what I get for being nice? I should just kept on driving. Now I'm worried about the time. This was actually a pretty good run. We got the name pretty quickly. Leave it and go. Actually, body armor on the floor, I'm gonna take it. Seven hours. I'm sure we got time. We got body armor, we got tools, we got ammo. Straight to Stonehenge. I'm actually really worried. 83 miles to Stonehenge. We got how many hours left? 4 hours. 3 hours. You have a plan, right? Stupid question, you always do. And they succeed more often than not. Sanity gained. 2 hours left. Ignore it. We can't exactly stop. We've only got 2 hours. Lost sanity. Oh well. I don't even have to look at the dashboard clock to know that my time has run out. Fuck! This is a good run too! The streetlights are dying one by one, starting with the furthest from my car. My circle of light is shrinking rapidly. I shouldn't have gotten bogged down at the ministry. I shouldn't have relied on scholars for so long. I should have taken a better route. I should have fixed this, but none of those things. I did none of those things. Now my car has died. My phone has gone dark. This leaves me with only one option. Ending E and F, let time get away from you. Well, level 2, so we do have a birth star at least now. Ending F, deadline car. So I think there would have been a different ending if we had the deadline in the dungeon, maybe in Stonehenge, maybe otherwise. Committed suicide after failing to prevent the incursion of the Ancient into the universe. Restricting themselves to close combat. In the end, such was a heavily armed corpse. All because I tried to be nice. What have they got? The Smith, random equip chance and shop discount. Shop discount is for the Emperor. The Thief is lockpick chance. Smith, I guess, is random equip. Pretty low. Lion for sanity, Hunter for ammo capacity. The Crab for health. Let's go for health. Maximized health. Where's 25? Is 22 the best I got? 24? Maybe 24 is best then. Agbati keys. So Il or Shim? You see, we got it so quickly in last time. We got it almost immediately. Let's go Blespert, Stonesboro, and then we'll go down the coast here. And then hop from Garo to Sumpton. Hopefully we also get the sigil of the invading god quickly. We can't stop for shit, apparently. I try to be helpful. Town's in pandemonium, in the most literal sense of the word. Monsters openly attacking people in the streets. So much screaming. The roads loaded with cars desperate to escape. The shadow is being uncharacteristically brazen, but should make things all the easier to identify the source of the influence. Passed through town, followed the trail of resistance effort, and found myself in the courtyard of a fairly built new building. Rumor indicates some kind of large monster made its lair there, and a group of defenders moved in to take care of it, but nothing emerged from the building since. Alright, in an office building again. We got 6 9mm rounds and a whole lot of gumption. Find and exterminate the local leader, it's phrased as. Could be a cultist. Bitty Shim. To open what is tightly shut. So Bitty Shim to unlock doors. Learned spell. Open lock Bitty Shim. Okay, got 2 hits off on me, meatball. U rune, generic prayer. U and Sheem are the ones we don't know. It could be an ally, it could be the god. Fucking gravely wounded. It's alright, we got towns nearby. That is a tree. Can I break this? What am I doing? What am I doing to this? I'm not... Am I breaking the things as they poke out then? I guess I am. Wait for the brain, poke the brain? What, just keep going? Okay. Rather an odd one, but I get it now. You gotta head back to work, don't touch the door, enjoy your work. The god of madness has no interest in our realm, considers the sun worthy. So god of madness is not the invader. I'm feeling iffy about this run already. I got a grave wound. Nyx's symbol in yellow. No. Nyx hates the god associated with yellow. Maybe invader enemy? Maybe is the invader? We don't know. Maybe Nyx is the god of madness. Shun is upside down in purple. Grave insult. Weird jittery guy. Kiz in purple. If Shin was in purple and was it upside down or just in purple is bad? Either way, that was an insult for Shin. So maybe Shim is the god and this is written by its enemy? I found a keyring, right? I lost track of if I did or if it's something. No, that's my lockpicks. Got myself into a monster room. There's no benefit to this. There was no benefit to that at all. Another Forsaken run for Trilby. These extra locked up monster rooms are just ways of getting me killed. Man, that sucked. I got so much nothing out of that. All of my money is going to have to go. I'm going to die anyway because I got grave wounds. I do got the health kit. I could have healed myself up, but 1-0 dead. I got a birth star added. Subject was a run-of-the-mill agent. Random equip chance, health. This is a nice one because Smith and Crab are so close together that even if I give everything for health, it's still close enough to get a plus 2%. Oh, there we go. There's a 25. We'll get more health. Lockpick chance. Shop discount. Sanity. Random spell chance. Shop discount and extra sanity. I don't care about the sanity too much because I could just pop some drugs. Let's get a 15% shop discount and 10 sanity up. Bitti Shim U. His or Agan. We got a lot of red around us. What if we go to Old Forth first? Then we'll go to Twinley. So at the very least, we could spend some of our cash injection on ammo, get some more bullets into us. Halves general sanity loss. We'll just use drugs. Then Twinley, Herster. Why are you 10 pounds and ask who I am? Just keep doing what you're doing. How did Yahtzee get our number? Not seeing a single human being since coming out the motorway, not a scrap of evidence of actual life. Shops are open. Somehow I doubt everyone's waiting to jump out from behind the hedgerows and throw me a surprise party. Found traces of leaves, twigs, and earth, even in places nowhere near vegetation. Leaves are the characteristic of trees in a thick and ominous forest. Well, we know how to fight the tree enemies if that's what we got here, but it could just mean go to the woods. Survivor 1? One of the missing townspeople is dead for sure. Doesn't bode well for the rest. Oops, no, I don't know what to do. That was a summoning spell. If I was paying attention to the runes used, then I might learn some magic to use. Kathoth is against Chizo. Are enemies of each other. We don't know who the invader is, or we don't know their sigils anyway. 5 pounds of jewelry. 2 pounds. I'm just finding money and money and money in small amounts. Shim in yellow. It could be the ally, it could be the name of the god. Shim is likely an ally then. Oh, dead end. Deuces! Survivor? She's got a gun of her own. I want it. Kiz in yellow upside down is a grave insult. So Shim yellow good. Kiz yellow upside down bad. It could be the color makes it an insult. Well, the upside down definitely does. It could be a double insult though, we don't know. Earring. You pulling a gun on me? The poor soul already been brainwashed by the time I arrived. Nothing can do but end their suffering. What a jerk. Run for your life. I'm gonna be the bigger man and run for my life, alright. Strange woman in office attire is waiting for me at the door, wanting to know about my mission. Listen with a disconcerting intensity, before wordlessly reaching into a thick notebook not unlike my own and passing me a page of occult text. Come to Almshield and bring a pentagram necklace. We have an extra mission here. The god of pain is not the invader. Kiz is one of the possibilities. Kiz or Agon. Somebody is opposed to Kiz. It could be the enemy. It could be the invader itself. Shim's in already. But let's see. Should we hazard Herster? Let's go to Herster. I'm gonna play Foolish. We're gonna go to Herster, then we're going to resupply at Lauro. Drawn by the side of limited windows, I discovered a petrol station, isolated from the surrounding buildings. The glass in the front door can't see any signs of life. There may be supplies. Experimentally try the doorknob, it isn't locked, but hesitating before we go further. Let's go in. Heard the fluttering of obscene limbs. Something thumped wetly onto the floor by my side. Pursued into the street by an outpouring of mangled flesh of malevolent beings. You got some loot. 5 pounds, that's it? Are you something better? Lockpick? All I got is some cash at a lockpick. And 28 extra pounds. I guess I can buy some extra ammo. Help me, I'm the only one left. I can hear them at the door. Whatever you do, it's lost. It's all lost. Abandoned houses or sent letters to go to a mansion. Find survivors, pull them from a brink. We could do a survivor rescue mission. The only ammo I have are hollow points, though. Let's go up first. There's fewer room on the map for up. What a jerk, he refused to die. And now I got no ammo. That just doubles the hint we had before. Diary page. Did he see what's found in his handwriting? Diary page number 6. Keyring. That'll make things easier. Red keys. I think keys is it. I think Sheem is ally of keys. Hostage pulled a gun on me, I had no choice. His hands are all shaky there. They still appear to be human. They're in the earliest stages of changing, or the shadow broke their mind in subtler ways. Victim 2. Kathoth and Yoshug are in opposition. Chizol is the enemy of Kathoth, Yoshug is the enemy of Kathoth. Yoshug and Kazo. Alright, that's the best I got so far. Let's see if I can find this third victim. Losing all of my sanity running room to room. Poor soul's been brainwashed, nothing I can do. I found one corpse and killed the survivors. There's more room. Oh, we got the fat man. Gravely wounded. Fuck. All this for keys. I already suspect that keys might have been the symbol. Keys is associated with white. Let's run before we get stabbed too much. Trilby is gonna be so high by the end. As I emerged, found a small package lying at the entrance with accompanying note simply reading "Thank you." Looked around, but if anyone was watching, they had no intention of introducing us. So we found one corpse and killed the 2 remaining survivors. But somebody's appreciative of putting them out of their misery. The god identified by the Shim rune doesn't appear to be physically able to survive in our universe. Yeah. Shim is already a part of the banishment ritual, so it can't be the god's rune. You haven't helped us out, whoever you are. Okay, like I said, resupply at Lalro. I'm pretty sure keys is gonna be it. So, I could just try to supply. There's still Billsport, that's close by. We could go Dingut to Old Fort, Castleton, Finn's Hope, shimmy on down to Billsport, and then hopefully by then we have enough supply. First, we gotta tend this bleeding. Refill medkit. Improve fire rate. I'm gonna get it. Improve the fire rate. Get me some more ammo. Oh, they're out of bullets here. I think what I should do is just take this illegal drug and then buy some more illegal drug. Medkit depleted. We'll see how much time we have when we get to Dingut. If we go to Old Fort or just go from Castleton, Finn's Hope. $12. Flagged by an admissibly fat woman with an upturned wrecked SUV. Sure, we'll help out. 11 hours to go. Lost sanity. As I prepare to crawl in, something sparks violently. Pure instinct throws me aside as a petrol ignites and the car disappears into a fireball. The mother's horrified screaming will be ringing in my ears for some time. Great, we lost time and lost sanity. How could you just run away like that? I thought you cared about us. I thought you cared about me. It's okay, we got drugs. Let's go We can't go to Castleton. We'll go to Finn's Hope then. We're kind of getting low on time. I don't want a repeat of the last time where we had everything. Man, we had everything. We had good information. Only 8 hours remain. We can't take that much time. It's already 6 hours. Let's get the pentagram necklace. Hello, T. This is yourself from another version of events. You're going to die like I died, but frankly, I'm happier now. I lost sanity. Okay. I think we've only got enough time to get to Stonehenge. We'll inject some drugs before we get there. Thump only dozed off for a moment. Something hit my bumper, rattled across the roof, and landed in a heap behind the car. I gripped the steering wheel, momentarily paralyzed with horror at what I could have just done. Drive on. I make the decision to drive on and resolve not to think about it, except by doing so, I'm already thinking about it. And the more I try not to think about it, the more I continue thinking about it. My hands are shaking again. 5 hours. We could go to Billsport and go for a final resupply, except resupplying would cost an extra hour. Stonehenge it is, let's go. We're gonna see if we got all the stuff we need. The ritual was somehow incomplete the last time. So I think the fact that I had not defeated the boss monsters in the dungeon meant that I didn't take all the steps necessary. So beat Shim Yu. And then keys. I'm convinced it's gonna be keys. Still recovering. Oh man, it's gotta get to 0 first. Okay, Stonehenge, let's do it. 3 hours remain. I got no choice. You gotta rush this trilby. You gotta make sure that you either get all the best preparation you can, or just dive right into it because it's do or die. It's always do or die. Die, die, die. We got an item. Ew is pain and injury. Suffering, pain, injury. But it doesn't matter because ew is already part of it, so it can't be the god's name. Nothing there for me. Lockpick, that's it. Nowhere to shoot. Money? Money's not gonna help me now. I'm already maxed at 9 mil. Set of keys. We'll hop back. Damn it, made me waste a bullet. Max out on bullets anyway. I am going to die here. I'm already running. That's such shit. That was so bad. Why is that room in red? I've already killed everybody in there. That's just gonna get me killed. And that's killed. So what is with those rooms? Does a red just denote that it's a monster room? That always has so many monsters in it? Soldier budges up to 50%. Floaters at 54. Come on, we gotta finish this trophy at least once. January 15, 2015. 2 birth stars. Car speed, the chariot. Health and... look at that. Health and sanity are so close together. Where's lockpicking? The thief is over there. So the crab is health, the lion is sanity. We could do health 20 and sanity 15. Random spell chance. I can give myself a lot of health and sanity. I'm allowed to do that, aren't I? I could put them right there. I could double up on health, sanity, and shop discount. Health 50, sanity 23, shop discount 4%. That sounds mighty to me. Stonehenge is right there. We got a pretty good spot to start with. We could do some shopping all the way around the bottom. What if we do Salisbury? And then we could do Bleston, Finsgate, Goport, and then just hook on down the coast. Keys. So BT or Sheen. So when doing this Trilby Rush, it's less about learning the name of the god. You got a 50% chance. You could just try to risk it. And more about getting yourself perfectly outfitted for the end. Shoulder stock for firing rate, more hollow points. How about the shoulder stock? If I could shoot stuff faster, maybe it'll help. Finsgate. We managed to take control back for the tainted ones. Only when I'm at max sanity do I get more sanity. The town's in pandemonium. Minions of the Shadow playing their hand heavily, confident of victory. I've died how many times now? I'm sure they would be. Courtyard of a fairly new building. Large monster made its lair there. I got hollow points. Find and exterminate the local leader. Get out of here, floater. Functionally gain nothing. God Biyarla has an affinity for the color purple, an allied deity. So Biyarla and purple are allies. I need some names, man. So if I run away with enough space and time, it won't hit me, and then I just bash it to death. So Kiz is already here. So Kiz is an ally. Okay, monster room's got no purpose. I'll take the sanity hit, I don't care. Keyring. More gun rounds, alright. Those monster rooms are in red. But the last time I cleared a monster room, nothing was actually cleared from it. So I feel like that's just a hell space. White is fear. Purple is giving thanks. We gotta clear the leader out though, not just... There we go, this is what I need. This just takes time, I feel. Because all I gotta do is bash what looks like a brain every time it pops up. Biyarla has no interest. Nothing left for me here. So, I don't think the red rooms are necessary to destroy in Stonehenge then. Because every time you go back to those rooms, they end up refilling with monsters. I think that's just a permanent thing. Just keep fighting 9mm, come on! With the leader dead, only its minions throughout the town remain. Fortunately, the remaining townsfolk seem to have the matter in hand. Lead them to rebuilding their lives. Well, let's go to Goreport. I think I could trust myself to go there. "19 hours is so many. Woman in her early 20s flagged me down. When I pulled up, she burst into tears, fell onto her knees, looked exhausted, and I think she's uninjured, but she is splattered with blood from some source or the other. The moment she becomes aware that I'm approaching, she gives a shriek and lunges." These things are randomized. She gives a shriek and lunges, so I slapped in self-defense last time, and she was so hurt that her rescuer heard her that she ran into the woods, screamed, and immediately silenced. If I hold her, That gave a shriek and lunge is going to be she had a knife and tried to stab me. I go for a hug and her limbs extend around me. Then I notice that more limbs are getting involved than should be reasonably expected. I fell for it. See what I mean? I attempted to pull away, but tentacles surround my arm, and with almost leisurely flourish, snapped the bone. Only by sheer terror that I do not black out from the pain. I kick the monster away, prepare to fight back with my good arm. She was a pair of bees. The monsters are dead. There's nothing more for me here. I've wasted enough time. I got a broken arm now. Cluttered dockland. Find and clear out 3 rooms where they're congregating. Time for huddle points. A muffler reduces random events. I don't think I'm a fan of the random events. We're not friends anymore. If I could reduce them, then great. Hearing? Just lockpick. The Master Thief is not all that good at lockpicking. What the heck, Trilby? Armor-piercing bullets, that's our first. Set of keys. There's no nest here that I could see. A victim of the shadow. A single diary page. Looks strangely familiar. Diary page 1! The creature broke a bone in my leg. I could run if I have to, but the pain will be excruciating. We got alcohol, though. Medicinal alcohol. We got money for the towns. You're gonna go to the hospital after this. If we get run for your life. Thanks, reverse controls. Right, I can't run without hurting myself. This thing's all cloudy. I've only got the 1 health left. I gotta go. I am dead if I continue here. I didn't get anything useful from this area, but more injuries. Come on. Blasted in the gut right before the little poo left. In the end, subject was a heavily armed lunatic. Bled to death for being scraped. Scraped by an aggressive floater 17 hours for the Ancients' invasion. What have we got? Car speed, equip chance, health, and car speed plus 1 mile an hour. Ooh. Where's 25? Is it so close to the other one that because there's some benefit I can't make it 25? There's 25. And 1 extra mile per hour. Sanity, shop discount, lockpick chance. I'm just gonna go for double the health. And anything else is bonus. 50 health and 2 whole miles per hour. Ang Biti, God's name, you. So keys or Shim? Okay, we'll go to Swimming and then Castle Hope. If I click out, click back in, then I stop driving. That's pretty cool. That's something new that we learned. Okay, assuming what have you got for me? Flashlight for visibility, hollow points. I don't need the visibility. Let's go back to the car. Hello T, yourself for another version of events. You're going to die like I did, but frankly I'm happier. Castle Hope. If we're lucky, then we'll get the rune pretty early in. Okay, we got multiple creatures to kill again. Let's not keep breaking limbs and bleeding out. Find and exterminate what? Okay, nothing here. Try to sneak back up on me. Diary page. Key ring, we got early key ring luck. Nine millimeter, I figured. To the ancient Polynesians, yellow is the color of love. Is it though? The color you see at the very moment of orgasm. Yellow is lust. Two bullet. 3 hollow point. Oh, sure. The ammo I just spent money to buy. You're a weird one. Neeks is not one of them. Nothing of importance left to do. That is a new monster. I don't like it. U upside down. Yellow U upside inside out. Ang and yellow. Ang yellow good. I could run through. I want to see if I can't get more loot before I leave, because I'm all out of ammo and everything even. I guess I'll just go. We got something here. $100 health. Man, I'd be dead twice over without these upgrades. Leader dead, minions throughout town remain. The townsfolk have it at hand. We get no reward for it. That was such a waste. Well, what's a bit of heroin? Let's go Stonesbury. Thump. Oh well, too bad. So, ooh, we have in here already. Upside down ooh. Ang is already in there, so that doesn't help us out with the ease or shim though. Halves general sanity loss. As soon as I get more bullets maxed out, they're gonna start throwing bullets at me. Check your account, automated payroll is still working. Wired me £7. Holy shit! The Ministry of the Occult pays me £7! Let's go to Kidborough. We'll skip Herschel. We'll go Kidborough, Sax Church. And that better be all the information we need. Gotta clear my nose more the more I read. Town is abandoned, not hard to see why. Some terrible organized force torn open a gaping hole in the fabric between worlds, replaced all life of the town with a hideous creeping essence. Undoubtedly the work of one of those idiotic cults that think hastening the coming of the shadow will in some way endear them to it. And it's worth noting that this rift is a fraction of the size it will open for the ancient. It still reduced the place to a ghost town. Botanical garden become rapidly overgrown faster than natural growth would allow. We can see the rift, a point of light surrounded by trees. Okay, let's see if this is going to be our find a dimensional rift and seal with an incantation. These are easier than I expect them to be, it turns out. I just couldn't get it right the first time, since, you know, new at game, bad at game. It was just a double spitter? It was just double spitting. Sorry, cultists, don't got time for you. Just climb over the hedge, Trilby. Set of keys. Diary page. Looks like my handwriting. Didn't even see what that was. Not gonna worry about it. Imprisoned by the cult of Biarla. Hear them cursing some enemy god, chanting Ew. Okay, what have we got here then? 2 runes. To reveal them, need to dispel a runic seal in another room somewhere. Really? Well, we got the place. Wrong door. Nothing but a dead end. Sigil 1. Incanting the rune it depicts. Bit T. That takes care of the seal. Close the rift itself. And before I do that, let's go ahead and see what's up door number 1. They locked a dead end with nothing in it. That key is worthless. Okay. Bit TU. The Yellow God has no particular interest in our realm. Sees us unworthy of any action, good or bad. Now to run to the left. My sanity's down to 1, but the drugs really help. Oh, the cultist shouldn't count as a monster. This perfect flesh and blood human. With the rift closed, the endless ringing buzz has been replaced by the deathly quiet of a deserted ghost town. But ghosts are preferable to what resided here when I first arrived. Okay. So Kiz or Shim is where we're at. Biarla doesn't matter. Yellow doesn't matter. Where to go now? I got a decent amount of everything except for armor-piercing bullets, and I have no equipment. And only 43 cash, because I spent it all on bullets and resupply. We could do Hersel first, then Stonebury. We can go to Sax Church. Sax Church, and if the mission isn't too difficult, we could try to get some more info then. Then we could do a tour around Lawton, Bilshill, Almsgate, Salfirth. Depending on how much time we have, how much cash we have. Let's go to Sax Church. I'm feeling risky. "13 hours. 12 hours. It's not a whole lot of time, but it's plenty if everything's close enough. Then from here to Lawton. Sensation of being watched. Root out the infestation. Do I have the ability? This is gonna be clear out their boss monster or clear out 3 rooms. If it's clear out 3 rooms, I don't know, man. Clear out 3 rooms got me dead multiple times already. Fail, fail, fail. I'm already on it. 3 rooms where minions of the shadow are congregating. I don't like that, guys. I'm just gonna run. Just gonna face tank it. The last time I tried to fight one of those, it took so much health. Yep, this is one. Two more to go, and I got 51 HP to go. Oh boy, 2 pounds. Red rune, Agon upside down. Intended to curse the god that associates with it. Oh, this asshole again. How about I reset the room? Can I reset the room? I can, in fact, reset the room. At the cost of sanity, but I got drugs, so it doesn't matter. Nope, I gotta fight it. Maybe it's only harmable when the head's out. 1 more to go, 39 health. 39 health and 1 bullet. Ah, that thing's easy, I should have fought it. Got any more 9mm at least? Nothing. What a rude little monster. Oh, this is one of those. I guess the cloud around it denotes it as a kind of... Okay, Yahtzee, could you quit trying to give us all seizures here? Oh boy. That's some big cash, 6 pounds. And this must be it. Nope, I'm dead. There's no way for me to survive this. I've already got the 1 HP. This last bullet's gonna be for me. That's a real one, and there I go. Damn it! We got 1 more birth star at least. Mentally shattered, narcotics-riddled agent. We gotta survive as Trilby at least once. Floater's up to 74%. We've almost got full information on it. Those extra lore bits to discover. We failed enough to get 3 stars. Scholar has succeeded enough to get 4. We definitely get more levels surviving than not. Didn't we have only 1 fail as a scholar? Poor Trilby! We had 1 really good attempt as a ministry man. We had the information we needed super quickly. We got a whole bunch of good material. And then we just had to try to help somebody on the road that lost us time and then destroyed the engine of the car, so it took twice as long to get places and died from time running out just outside of Stonehenge. Hey, Mario Day. Blessed Mario Day luck. What are we gonna do? To max out car speed? We got sanity. We just have a whole conglomeration of stuff here. We got 3 stars we could place down. We could put the stars down at the same place right here. It's a shame that health and sanity are so far apart, though. But we can get decent shop discount to go with our health. Shop discount of 8. Turn into shop discount of 16. Health of 50. Shop discount 16. Could make it health 75. Shop discount of 24%. I could. The lockpicking feels kind of poo though, which is sad for a master thief like Trilby. I'd have to put all of his stars in a thievery to get him as his legends describe him. You know what? Why not? We have a trinary system of stars here. Health 75, random spell but shop discount 24. Ang-il-biti. So it's between Kiz and Shim. We have a fair bit of red around us. Burster is right there. Maybe what I'll do is we'll go Finsgate and Holborough. Finsgate and Holborough to turn our 100 cash into hopefully better equipment. And then we'll go Gorby, Hurstchurch, and then scoop on down to get more things maybe. Or we could go Borster first, get really beaten up, and then we can go Finsgate, Holborough, patch ourselves up, hopefully get some more better material. Then Gorby, Hurstchurch if we really have to. Let's go Burster. It's too late for the people of this town. Don't seem to be any left. So it's going to be a seal the rift kind of mission. That doesn't have to be too bad. We could do something with this. Sealing the rift by getting close to it. In a botanical garden. Alright. Be kind to me, game. It's only mission 1. It's the town right by where I started. Keyring. We got early keyring luck. Not gonna bother with that guy. Bullet rounds, but I haven't spent bullets. The place is just swimming with cultists. BT. Hear me, O Ginks, touch the heart of the one I love, burn away his senses with your fiery gaze, set it to me as a wild beast to tear my flesh apart, so I may lie nestled between your legs in death, so Neeks is lost. Nothing here of worth. No loot here. Here we go. So, he's in Shim. The white god has no interest. Unless there's more loot to be found. There's maybe... Objective run, I hear that rumbling. I guess I'm leaving after all. Or I'll take a peek in here. Any other loot? No other loot, just monsters. Easy first mission this time, but man. Dry first mission too. I could risk Law Hill. Law Hill, then we go Holborough, Finsgate. No, let's go Holborough. We got 100 money to spend. We could buy more bullet, we can buy more equipment. Armor piercing and halves toxic damage. I'm going to assume that those rare enemies that have clouds coming off of them aren't just stinky pigpen characters, but that must be what the toxic damage denotes. I'll take it, I'll take the breathing mask. And then we'll get some armor piercers. I'm good on health and drugs because we haven't done anything ready to use them yet. So back to the car. I wish to complain about misuse of taxpayer money on the so-called crisis. I live in dining, we've seen nothing of the sort. It doesn't do anything, we don't get any, don't even get a sanity drop, it's just your regular complaining Briton. Doing absolutely nothing useful. Dining, huh? Dining? Oh yeah, of course dining would say there's nothing of the sort going on. It's perfectly safe in dining. Finsgate next. Attention drawn to a small hardware and general supply shop. Owners are selling off their stock quickly in order to move somewhere safe. Most of the good stuff was taken. Eyes were drawn to serviceable body armor on sale for just £12. Like I said, I was in Britain 2015, 16, 17, 18, and £12 could get me like a week of groceries. £12 can get a whole wardrobe practically over at Primark, or a set of good shoes, good new shoes at I forgot the name of the shoe store. It wasn't Boots. Boots is not shoes. Boots is actually the pharmacy. Shoe Zone? Shoe Stop? Shoe Zone? Body armor for the price of a wardrobe at Primark, a week's groceries, new shoes, that's not bad. I'm gonna buy it. Shop owner rings up my item with some apparent relief. And I still have 72 monies. We got so much monies. They had body armor here too. Okay, let's go Gorby. There's a face in the window there. Sensation of being watched. Cluttered docklands. Larger warehouses. So is it going to be clear out the entire thing? I think it is going to be clear out the whole infestation, not just a leader. 3 rooms where minions of the shadows are congregating. We got body armor and a mask. And a little bit more in terms of ammo. I'd feel better with hollow points though. Three unfired hollow point bullets. My prayers have been answered. Oh, that's noxious. I can't be close to it. Just run away. Though I think I will take... There we go. That's a bit easier. Armor piercing, just pierce through all of them. Oh, and more loot. 3 pounds. Very nice. I hear monster noise. 2 standard 9mm. $104 health. Plenty of ammo left. Only 1 more nest to drag out. I could be comfy with that. No loot. No warrant. Oh, the door moved. The door shifted around. Keys in orange. Grave insult. Keys. Upside down. Orange. Bad. Six monies. Well, only place to go is down now. Perfectly functional lockpick. I've been sleeping in all the lockpicks. More bullet. And this is probably gonna be the next place. No, there's more down. Ang good. Ang orange good. Kill it! I wanted to shoot hollow points at it, not a little bugs at my feet. Keys is not the one. So not... Well, that tells us then. Since it can't be keys, it can only be Shim. So this is good then. This is what I want. I wanted to get easy access to information as early as I can, and then we could spend the rest of the time just getting more material. I broke my leg, it looks like. Sanity is officially at 0. Okay, so this is great. We know it can't be keys, so it's Shim. Ang Yu Shim BT. The solution is known now. We have have toxic damage, have physical damage. Let's head to Walm's Hope, and we'll do a tour of shopping. The scholar's one of us now. He dances willingly on our puppet strings. He's told us many interesting things about you. I don't have any sanity left to lose. That's perfectly fine now. Small hardware and general shop. Lucky charm on sale. Decline. I pressed the kill myself option. I gotta not kill myself. So the lower my sanity gets, I gotta actually worry about that, about the button turning into kill yourself. And then you gotta try really, really hard not to. Hospital. My low sanity. Gained sanity. 3 only. Treat broken leg. Oh, that must have been right before the frame showed up because it still said to look for supplies. Is it getting harder the more I do it? Prevent severe wounding, I'll take it. Alright. I think we're alright then. I don't have enough regular. Is that regular 9mm I have, or is that armor piercing? I'm down on armor piercing. Let's go to dining first. We're gonna be low on cash, but that's alright. You have a plan, right? Stupid question, you always do, and they succeed more than not. We're up to 13 sanity. Armor piercing. We could do the shoulder stock for improved fire rate. You know what? I think I do want the improved fire rate. Toxic damage, physical damage, severe wounding. We'll trade that out then. We got maximum ammo we can have. Our health is decent. We're gonna take drugs once we get to Stonehenge. Tinworth, then Stonehenge, then win. I know I haven't been in contact for some time. This may not still be your number, but something very weird is happening in Oldfort. Well, that's nice and all. Altercation in the middle of the road. Fleet, I don't care. We only got 5 hours left. Where's Oldfort? Oldfort is all the fuck way up there. I think if we were playing as some other character that doesn't have direct access to the Ministry of Occult Information in live real time, then perhaps for the scholar it might have been useful information that, oh, Oldfort is red then, it's unsafe. To Stonehenge. Four hours. 3 hours. We got 3 hours to clear through Stonehenge. Health is good. We have as many bullets as we can have. Improved fire rate, halve of physical damage, halve of toxic damage. And now drugs! Illegal drugs to temporarily restore sanity. And I'm quite certain that the spell is An Yu Shim BT. Keys is not the invading god. And because it was down to keys or Shim, it could only be Shim. Come on, Trilby, we're starting off with maximum health, maximum sanity, technically, and maximum ammo. This close to deadline, it must feel assured of victory. Either be the place where we'll finally be vanquished or a fitting tomb for myself. Here we go then. Nothing else to do but go down, locate the underground summoning chamber, and cast the ritual of banishment. The first time I succeeded at this, the achievement said it was an incomplete ritual. And so we banished the god, but then we got pulled into its realm and got devoured. I really have to wonder what I could do differently. Locate the underground summoning chamber, we have done. Cast a ritual of banishment, we have done. The only other thing I could think of to do differently is there's occasionally red rooms where boss monsters or spawning monsters are. If it's a monster den, I don't think I could clear it because those things just infinitely spawn monsters. You kill them all off, you leave, the room's still red, you come back, infinite monsters. Well, not really infinite. Infinite in the sense that every single time you come back to the room, there's more monsters waiting. So you can't actually clear those out. But maybe there's boss monster rooms, because the first time I got through, we saw the trees, and the trees are really obnoxious to fight. Maybe if there's boss monsters I have to kill first, like the trees, the ritual will count as more complete? Diary. In my handwriting. Diary page 12. The walls of the cave are covered in the rune commonly pronounced as Agn, each one daubed in a chalky white. I went the wrong way. A locked door already. Just try to write out the U Keys Ang mantra, and now everybody's dead, somebody help me. Do we have an actual kill all command? Mass death! Oh, I like the sound of that. Thanks to all this heroin, Trilby doesn't have to worry about his sanity dropping. It can go all the way down to 1, but the drugs will still keep him at max. What if Yahtzee remade all the Chisel mythos into a new game or like a remastered adventure? You really want this to happen, don't you? Don't touch the door, because you have mentioned such a possibility before. I think it'd be really cool. These games are running on 20 years old now. Well, The Consuming Shadow is 10 years old now. I think it's suitably modern enough. But yeah, everything from 5 days to 6 days is pretty old. I think that they are beloved enough that if they were simply, let's say, you know, mostly left as is, but touched up a bit for modern resolutions, repackaged, I think that it'd sell pretty well. I don't think, if I had to analyze it, I think the very fact that he put the special editions out as freemium, just like whatever, I made enough money, go ahead, just download it. that he probably doesn't care too much about making further money off the Chizou mythos. And to read some of the commentary, it sounds as if that it's like old art, right? Like, it's basically the equivalent, I'd have to assume, right? This is my interpretation. It's basically the equivalent of your old DeviantArt art. Like, oh yeah, sure, your old DeviantArt art, or maybe some multi-author project you made as a kid for YouTube. Might have had a few fans, but you move on as an artist. My analysis is that he's kind of I moved on as an artist, I got my new projects kind of thing. But these are pretty beloved games, so I think I might be in agreement with you, Don't Touch the Door, that they could use some kind of remastering or re-releasing. Cleaned up the story a bit, redid the whole series. In that sense, he might finally fix the little mistake he made, where it's June 28th and 5 Days a Stranger, because he didn't have the whole Chizou thing written out yet. I think it'd be fun. It's been 20-some years. That's half as old as a Mario. The series is officially half as old as a Mario. If it's any random Adventure Game Studios thing that somebody made in their own time, like my abandoned projects, I could see not really caring too much. But these were beloved games. I haven't got the key. Orange cultist? Is that itself a clue that the cultists here are orange? The orange god might be it? A whole lot of locked doors all around that one room. You think that might be the ritual chamber? Another lock. We got some noxious going on here. Keyring! Bitty and orange paint. We saw one orange cultist. But Bitty's already part of the banishment ritual. Maybe BT's allied. Maybe these are his helpers. Not even ammo. Well, let's go unlock some doors. We'll start with the one all the way to the bottom left. Ooh, I don't like these guys! There was a yellow room I came from there. Was that it? I don't see a way down here. Oh, it's just... I guess that's where interactable things are in yellow. I haven't left interactable things behind enough to see them marked on the map as yellow. What was that? Yushug is identified with the Bitty rune, and Bitty is orange. Well, how about this? That was Yushug, right? Yushug, was that yellow or orange? Bitty. Yushug is Bitty, Bitty is orange. As long as we're here. Nyx is lust. White God is not invading. He's is not invading. Agon is white. There's another lock all the way up. Oh, and there we go. There's a way down. Body lies at my feet. Their arms and hands are ruined, fingers either broken or missing. as if they were clawing madly at something. That's 5 symbols there. It's all 5 of these symbols. This is it, where the ancient will appear and lay the world to ruin. Incant the correct banishment ritual while with the invading god's ruins and the madness ends. Let's see if I get the same well, I wouldn't say bad end. The same end. Ang eu shim biti. Run. No. Run. The realization hits me as soon as the incantation leaves my mouth. I'm banishing the wrong god. What? But it was down to Shim or Kiz, and Kiz couldn't be it. What kind of idiot gets as far as this and banishes the wrong god? I shouldn't have gone it alone. There were so few people I could trust. There had to be someone. I was injured and exhausted. Of course I was gonna make mistakes. And now my pride and my egotistical lone wolf attitude has led to a fall. There's no way! Ending D whoops! I thought that was good. No! No! We had all the perfect setup! Ending D mistaken identity. There's no way! We're almost catching up with the scholar through many, many failures. April 1st, 2012. It was a prank, bro. Just an April Fool's. Okay, how about this? I'm gonna get... Oh man, I feel so bad though, because... It wouldn't double up on the runes, would it? I assume that you have to use a unique rune. Like, let's assume, for example, right? The sequence we had was Ang U God Biti. And because it was down to Kez or Shim unused, and the hint said that Kaz was not the invading god, it had to be Shim. So Ang U Shim Biti, because Kaz is cancelled out. Kaz is insignificant. What if it was Ang? Would it then be Ang U Ang Biti? It can't be. It can't be. Would it? No. I'm gonna ruminate on this in the bathroom. And then we're gonna give this more goes. But I feel so bad because we kind of did things perfectly there. We got what I thought was a hint to finish it. Unless I just mistranscribed it. We got plenty of ammo, plenty of good stuff to get to the end. With drugs, we're at max sanity, we could just run through everything. We got to the end with good health and little resistance. I'm not gonna have that good luck when I come back. But we have to give it a go. We have to at least beat with Trilby. It's gotta be done. But first I gotta pee. Okay, let's see. We probably won't have as good a luck this time as we did the last, but we gotta try it. We gotta keep on pushing till Truby gets his win. It also seems we were able to do the ritual and then run out to the stairs. So maybe running to the stairs after doing the ritual is the key to not being consumed into the god's realm. Hey, Chillin' Chum. Happy Halloween, Chillum. 3 birth stars to put. Ammo capacity could be fun. Shop discount. Health. Oh, would you look at that? We got a full neighborhood here. Health, sanity, random spell, and lockpick chance. We could boost up health and sanity together. Sanity I don't mind just ignoring completely because we got drugs. Plus 50 health, plus 15 sanity? Or should I put something towards ammo capacity? More bullet? More bullet can never go bad, right? Or maybe shop discount. Shop discount could be good. Because I'm basically relying on finding the hint I need, buying gear and ammo, and then busting my ass down to Stonehenge. So let's do health 20, sanity 10, or health 50, sanity 10, shop discount 20, and spell chance, who cares? Ang God Kiz You. I don't want to believe that the God's Rune could be a repeat. Like, would it really be Ang Ang Kiz U? Or Ang Kiz Kiz U? Or Ang U Kiz U? It wouldn't, right? It'd be Ang Biti Kiz U. Or Ang Shim Kiz U. Should I look it up and see what the mechanic is for the banishment ritual? Consuming Shadow Ritual, Banishment Ritual, Consuming Shadow Wiki. Complete dungeons, receive a hint of the 3 gods or a piece of the ritual. 4 runes, 3 of which are fixed. The last remaining rune will be the rune that denotes the god you're trying to banish. The player does not necessarily need all 4 runes, all 4 pieces. You may have found 3 fixed runes. In this case, as long as the player knows what god they want to banish and what rune belongs to that god, they may safely cast a ritual. The banishment ritual never uses a given rune in 2 fixed positions. For instance, oh no. Oh no! So everything I know is wrong. If U appears as one of the fixed runes, it will not appear in either of the other 2, though it may still repeat as the god's rune. I was so hopeful. So we can't just rush things as fast as I was. We do have to go through and try to beat things with the quickness. Well, let's get to it then. It could actually repeat. How miserable. We'll go to Twinton, load up on some gear, then we'll do Derby Dinport. Would you look at this? It's all safe around Stonehenge, but now all the danger towns are out of the way. "23 hours remain. The locksmith's kit is kind of worthless. We'll get bullet. We'll get bullet. So I've got a 1/5 chance to get the goddamn correct now. If I just want to guess. Derby or Burby. They're afraid of you. Whatever you're doing, keep doing it. Sanity gain text only if I'm at max. Hallmark of being under shadow. Defiance exists. Found graffiti. Protective wards. Someone saw this coming, but who? The home of the artist. Plastered in seals. An old book in arcane languages. Been hurriedly stored to the depths of the forest. So find the book. I don't have to clear out 3 infested spots. Good missions do exist. Find or recover an occult text. That guy spits at me. Hollow points. I've already bought all the hollow points I need. Hold on. There's a hint he gives me. Open only the box bearing the color of Chizou. This is the first place we've been in. We don't know the color of Chizou. We get a good mission and it's a booby trap. Is Chizou yellow? Is Chizou orange? Spitting on the corpse, how rude. We got any hints to what Chizou's color is here? I'm gonna guess purple. If that was correct, if I guessed correctly, then we know Chizou is purple now. God identified by BT is not the god attempting to invade. I know you're reading the scholar, you're actually have further reaching consequence you could possibly imagine. So BT is not the god. And Chizou is purple. Chizou could be BT, we just know BT isn't it. There's a chance at more loot if we take the door to the right. Single diary page. We're being chased by a slender man. Just not the slender man. Not a bad start. We got a color, we got a who is it not. And we got 76 cash remaining. So we went from Twinton, right? We got money, we could do Hallborough. And then Ninport. Hopefully Hallborough has some actual equipment that I might find useful. A small country church, locals have taken shelter. It could be people just enjoying their Christian service that it restores my sanity, but the last time I did this, they knocked me out, drove me off into some ungodly corner of the country. Get back on the road. Tranquilizers to prevent anxiety. We had anxiety a few times. What does anxiety actually do? Status effects. Anxiety, cause protagonist's hands to shake, greatly decreasing accuracy, cured with time. Broken leg, lose sanity when running. That's it? I would have thought it would lose health when we run. That's why I wasn't running when we had a broken leg. Broken arm, lose sanity when attacking. And bleeding we've seen, so there's not too many different health types or too many status effect types. Oh. Well, like, that's a pretty broad click window. I guess we bought some anxiety pills after all. £4. They're really paying me the big bucks now. $16 hours, we don't have too much. Castle-y. Having physical damage, I'll take that. Physical damage is a primary damage. Now, let's go learn some god stuff. There's not a lot of wicked towns around. If I'm lucky, Dinport will have the hint I need. If I'm not, it might make more sense to go Kidmouth for him than Dinport, God forbid. Let's go Kidmouth. Shrug and drive off. One of the youths instructs me not to interfere. They've caught one of them. Sure. Alright. Abandoned houses send letters. So is this gonna be, yeah, find survivors, pull them from the brink. Which means find one body and kill 2 survivors. But maybe somebody's gotta be thankful and give me the rune that I need. Oh, I got hit anyway. Ew rune. So we have a red ew. Kathoth is the Bitty rune. It could be Bitty. Kathoth is Bitty, and Bitty is not the invader. That doesn't help us out because we know it's not Bitty anyway. But hey, this means we have a 1/4 chance now of guessing right. So red ew good. Red keys bad, upside down. Survivor 1. We have red cultist here. Young one off his attire, lost in thought. Not shallowly, makes her escape. Good, good, good. And we took her jewelry. We'll assume it's payment. Red bitty, red ew. So here we go then, right? The red bitty is good. Not necessarily the god providing this place, could be intended for an associated deity. Red ew is also good. Maybe not the god or an associated deity. And the red keys is bad. So this tells us who the three gods are. The three gods are the Keys rune, the Eu rune, and the BT rune. Keys is in opposition. BT and Eu are allies. So, the god is a Eu god, which means the incantation is Ang, Eu, Keys, Eu. Ang, Eu, Keys, Eu. Birla is Eu. We are fighting Birla. Chizo is purple. Either Kathoth or Birla is red. BT is not the invader. Kathoth is BT. Biarla is Eu. And we know Chizo is purple because we actually got that bit right in the first dungeon. The purple keys is the enemy because someone who was red wrote the keys upside down, bastardizing it, profaning it. We got plenty of time and we have the answer. So all I really need to do now is stock up. And I guess also find these victims. My sanity is getting so low though. And there's also evidently a thing I missed over here. Birla is illness, which doesn't help us any, but it fills out more of the lore for this universe. Disease. That's all the missing people. Dungeon complete. Now we don't worry about sanity because we got drugs to keep us sane. Listen concerning intensity. Reach a thick notebook, not like my own. Went in for a hug, whispered in my ear, come to Finsborough, bring a pentagram necklace. That's the second time we got one of these missions, but as surely we don't have the time. Purple God has no interest in our realm. Yeah. We've sussed that out already. Because Chizo is merely the enemy of the other two. Ang Eu Kiz Eu. I never considered the possibility that the rune could repeat if it's the god's name. I thought it was a unique one each time. So, let's go to Stonefort. If we have a pentagram, maybe we could check it out. It would have to be on sale though. There's a heavy presence of evil and lawing. Dangerous as always, you might find some intel. If it's intel, it could be worth. Fight on the road, small group of loudest young men. Caught one of them. Drive off again. Stone's Fort, so close to Stonehenge. We have so little time remaining though. I'm not gonna go to Finsborough. We're gonna stock up as best as we can here, then down to Stonehenge. Nine hours. Prevent broken limbs? Alright. Let's finish it. As far as I know, I have a pretty good idea which god it's going to be. Because we've actually got a decent understanding of who they are. It can't be Bitty. And Bitty seems friendly with Ew. And Kiz is considered an opposition. So it could only be. Gotta be Ew. Destination Stonehenge. We got maximum health. Drugs are gonna keep us in maximum sanity. 7 hours to go. They're afraid of you, whatever you're doing, keep doing it. 5 hours. Stonehenge with 5 hours to go. Pop some heroin. Whoops. Meant to click through that, but that's not a click through thing. Accidental discharge. That's just Trilby being a little bit jumpy this late into the game. Bastard didn't drop anything. Chizou is associated with purple, yeah. We figured that out the first time around because the very first dungeon said only open the box with the color of Chizou. We found a yellow box, an orange box, and a purple box and had to guess, and we got it right. Single page of a diary. Keyring. Am I going to get the stairs down? Nope. Just monster room. Hellish monster room. Don't care for it. Don't need it. Kathotha's got a disease. Yeah, I mean, no. Wait. Oh, ally of the god of disease. Kathotha is an ally of Biarla. Yeah? Yeah, we know. The monster room took a bit of health out of me. Kathoth and Biarla are allied? No. No. It's not going to be so close to the entrance. Insult to draw Biarla in purple? Yeah, that's because Biarla is the enemy of Chizou. Monster room, it can't be that. How about this one? Oh, there you go. See, we're learning more about the logic of the game. But that's a yellow room. There's something in there for me. Color purple is fear. Chizou is a fear god this time around. They fear the pain he's going to inflict on them all. The only thing we don't have is whose color is which exactly. It was just a nice clue to say that these two were allied, and what the aspect of Kathoth is, but we don't care about the aspects. The extra stuff is just to help figure it out. So, Ang, U, Kiz, U, and then run like hell out of there. Ang, U, Kiz, U. Run. Run. Wait. I think I have to stay. I think all running away did is abort it. Oh, so running away isn't how you get different endings. Objective die. Well, I got caught in again. Is it not leaving? Do I just have to... Wait a minute. Or do I try to survive after all? Okay, okay. So there's a second bit to this after all. Okay, O-L-I. I did it. Alright, there's a part 2 to it. Oh, but I died anyway! Oh, that is rough. The pursuit of the individual, codenamed T, by the obscure branch of intelligence services calling itself the Ministry of Occultism, has been stymied by the apparent disappearance of the suspect. T was wanted for the murder of at least one colleague in an impromptu shooting rampage at the organization's main building. Leading theory at present is that T took the opportunity to flee the country during the recent unexplained outbreak of mass hysteria, to which I also attribute to the outlandishness of stories told to us by a number of T's surviving colleagues. A full investigation of this operation and how it has functioned for this long without proper scrutiny has been recommended. Status case open. So it's not run away. So it is... You get sucked into the god's realm. It says objective die, but you really have to survive. You survive long enough to see the runes that show up on screen, and then you keep repeating them to seal the god in, maybe? So, we got the same ending as last time then, the ultimate sacrifice, I guess, for going in. Banishing the god, but then getting pulled into its realm. We haven't quite yet done the means to survive it. You died? Question mark. Got so much score though. Birth star added. So there is a bit of meta progression to getting more experience, to get more star points, to get more benefits. Successfully banished the ancient, which is 4 hours remaining, but disappeared into the ancient's realm. Hopefully deceased. Took a balanced approach to combat, but slightly favored melee, exterminating 17 enemies. In the end, subject was a mentally shattered, narcotics-riddled hero. I don't think there's any way to maintain your sanity by the end. You would have to run from nothing, which could be hellish if you end up in a monster room. It's just so much easier to just ignore your sanity, pop drugs, and then try to finish with your head intact. Play by the rules of the warrior, cannot buy or scavenge. Spend one of the birth stars to open the challenge. Oh, does it open the warrior though? So you unlock the conditions and you spend a birth star to unlock it. Treats 3 state assailments. Complete a total of 30 dungeons, 9 to go. Reach level 10 of Descent. Level 15 Descent. Well, we gave this 5 hours and 50. What else have we found? What's the Beyonder? There's no photograph for the Beyonder? Shroudeds? Imaginary monsters? Only a thin pinprick of photo for what is this? The Summoner. Elite something or others. Tree we've seen, we know what a tree is. An ancient. Very few have personally faced an ancient and lived. Fewer still have escaped. We're not among those. The Tall Man. We've seen the Tall Man once. Do you think you get a % for every time you are in the same room as them? So if there's a chase enemy, if they're just slow, does that bump up the % really, really fast? Fat Man we've seen a few times. Imitates a human being. There's one enemy we still haven't seen. A question mark, question mark, question mark. Almost got full info for Floater. Pukers are annoying. Big Birther. Regular Birther. Duh. What diaries have we got? Monday, 8 a.m. More than the usual hysteria on my desk this morning. C said something about the full moon. Said it wasn't going to be a full moon for days. And he shuffled absurdly back into his office. Shrugging. What is it about Mondays that makes me so filled with contempt for everyone around me? Of the day's reports, there was a usual high proportion of reported hauntings that can all be adequately explained by cheating spouses coming home late at night. 2 of them seemed a little meatier. There was one fairly juicy woodland disappearance, so I dispatched 3 agents to investigate. We'll spend the rest of the morning going over reports F keeps nagging me to look at. Made a special point of printing them out and dropping them on my chair, so I can't really blow him off anymore. 4 p.m. finally read what F was so desperate for me to look at. Photographs of stone tablets photocopied multiple times into meaningless gray blurs, with handwritten translations underneath. God knows where they were dredged up from. But the gist of it seems to be a timeline of events yet to come. Ancient prophecies of flaky air at the best of times, and I have to admit, there's some spooky specifics here. What F felt most relevant is that the timeline ends a matter of days from now. I asked him if this is going to turn into the Mayan thing all over again, but then he pointed out that the timeline doesn't merely end per se. It devolves into illustrations and some rather disquieting ones at that. At least he seemed to think so. All I could see was a bunch of overly photocopied nonsense. What I did find unnerving was the way he kept grinning and sweating as he described it. Tuesday, 9 a.m. Heard back from the 2 hauntings, one came up empty, the other was a classic cheating spouse scenario. Haven't heard back from Walker, who was looking into the forest disappearance. That's a little unusual. Walker's been at this long enough to know the importance of checking in. Then again, we all get complacent. 2 p.m. F was sitting in my office when I got back from lunch, asking if I looked at the sky. For the last 2 days, it's been completely overcast, and the clouds have been as dark as storm clouds, but hasn't rained at all. He seemed to think this was predicted in the tablets he showed me. There's a fairly clear reference to a darkening of the skies in the end times. It's about as standard as apocalyptic energy gets. But personally, I'm not going to worry until it manages something a little more drastic than mediocre picnicking weather. Still, I have to admit, I definitely remember a strange feeling as I was buying lunch at the burger van by the river. It was nothing I could see. The air looked clear, but it felt thick upon my skin and in my lungs, as if it were filled with greasy dust. I could taste it trying to flood into my mouth, either side of my burger. I could easily dismiss it all in my mind. But I like to think I know my mind. Wednesday, 8 a.m. Walker's wife just called first thing. He never came home from the woodland job. He's not answering his phone. Simmons is closest. I ordered him to check Walker's last known position, but not follow him into the forest. You have to be careful on these occasions. One mysterious disappearance can very easily become several. It's a major situation if the backup isn't properly briefed. Incidentally, was halfway through the usual cover story Mrs. Walker revealed that she already knew the true nature of Walker's employment? Have informed C. He is going to write up one of those angry headmaster's circulars. It's disappointing when you can't trust your field agents to lie to their spouses on their own initiative. Thursday, 1 p.m. The sky was darker yesterday and darker still today. The noon daylight was more like bluish twilight of a winter's late afternoon. I don't want to start buying into F at his doomsdaying rocks. We could have had more time if this handler or manager, whoever, took this a little bit more seriously. But sometimes I have these dreams where I'm the snarky skeptic at the start of a horror film who inevitably dies at the end of the first reel. Simmons found Walker, at least part of him. DNA tests confirm it. It was at the base of a tree, and it had been hurled with such force that splashes of blood were also found on the trees 8 feet away. Frankly, I am now quite glad that Mrs. Walker already knows the nature of her husband's job, as it would have been a very difficult explanation otherwise. 11 p.m. Now hold on, Trilby says he recognizes the handwriting. Is Trilby the sudden skeptic that doesn't want to waste ministry man-hours and resources on investigating the supernatural? 11 p.m. I saw full moon out tonight during a brief break in the clouds on my way home from work. It made me recall my conversation with C on Monday. But as I was thinking about that, I'm prepared to swear that I saw something in the sky momentarily silhouetted against a white circle. I saw it for only a fraction of a second, but I'm certain it was not a bird. It was too fat and possessed thin bat-like wings. I do not know what to make of it. I am currently drinking neat whiskeys, so I might fall asleep. Friday, 10 p.m. Far too hungover for the conversation I just had with Simmons. He had a strange tale to tell. It had fallen to him to inform Mrs. Walker that whatever was left of her husband couldn't possibly still be alive. But she had insisted that she had received a call from Walker yesterday evening. Her phone's records confirmed it. Simmons, of course, told her that someone must have picked up Walker's mobile, but she simply could not be persuaded that the man she'd spoken to was not her husband. She knows him best. I shared some concerns with C, but he none too subtly pointed out that new reports of strange events have been pouring into my in-tray with gathering speed, and that I cannot afford to devote so much focus to a single case. I'd only barely been aware of the increased incident rate. Maybe there's something to be said for the full moon theory. 9 p.m. Simmons just called. After hours, he went to check in on Mrs. Walker this evening, but she was gone. The house was dark and properly locked up, and the car was missing. Simmons did a quick search. She'd given him a spare key for reasons I won't speculate on, and found a few essentials missing, as if she'd packed for an overnight bag. She'd left her phone, though, and the record showed another call received from Walker's mobile an hour or two previously. I was about to order Simmons to not go to the forest, but I bit my tongue. Knowing him, it would only put the idea into his head. Sunday, 4 p.m. Not a particularly relaxing weekend. The sky keeps getting darker each day, and when I went for a walk, I noticed that the clouds of the overcast sky are moving quite unnaturally, all in different directions like maggots crawling over each other. I received a text from F today. He's been spending all his time locked in his office researching. Is F the scholar? The message was only 4 words. Don't turn your back. I replied, asking for clarification, but he has sent no other messages. I have resolved to stop into his office tomorrow morning for a serious note-comparing session. Monday, 11 a.m. F is dead. Maybe not then. I came in very early today and was the first to discover his body lying face down in the communal hallway that separates all the senior offices. From the angle of his body, he had been heading from his office to mine. I'm well past believing in coincidence. He was coming to tell me something important. Cause of death appeared to be an attack from behind, which scarcely does it justice. The back of his head is an absolute ruin. I can't even begin to speculate on what weapon was used. The only thing I can picture that might fit the bill is some kind of souped-up electronic whisk with razor blades attached. I noticed that the cameras of the corridor were still recording and went straight to the security room. The guard on duty already prepared the CCTV footage for reviewing. It had been clumsily edited. The relevant period had been covered with footage of empty corridor. The timestamp hadn't even been changed. The guard was insistent that the disc was unmodified, but his gaze kept darting downwards. And when I followed his eyes, I saw that his hand was bandaged. 3 of his fingers were missing joints. He gave me a look, wordlessly begging me not to persist. I noticed at this point that the room was silent, despite being right next to the security common room, from which muffled conversation would usually be drifting. We have an inside mole problem. I passed by the door to the common room on the way out. The glass on the door was frosted, but there was definitely one person in there, wearing a security guard cap. They were standing unmoving in the middle of the room, despite the abundance of chairs. Hordian, hello, dark outside? You're alone in the woods. Out of the corner of your eyes, you spot him. Shia LaBeouf. Hordian, I have good news for you in that regard. Notes, notes, notes. Shia LaBeouf Live, Rob Cantor. Karaoke version does indeed have the Shia LaBeouf song, the actual Cannibal Shia LaBeouf song. Which means we do karaoke. We get to duet it. "1 p.m. There's a strong possibility that this will be the last thing I write in the journal. After my encounter in the security room, I decided to return to the office level to discuss the matter with C. As I passed through the hall, I saw that F's body had already been taken away, and that 2 cleaning ladies were dutifully attempting to scrub the soaked-in bloodstains out of the carpet. I'm no expert on blood spatter pattern analysis, but a few thoughts began nagging as I crossed the room. I realized that my previous interpretation that F had been killed while moving from his office to mine did not fit the pattern of the stains of the carpet. Plenty of blood had pooled where his body lay, but that had been after the body had been at rest. There was no splattering to indicate that the attack had happened there. This meant that either F's body was moved, or that he survived long enough after receiving that terrible wound to crawl as far as my door. And it didn't take a genius to follow the trail of soap bubbles and carpet cleaning foam. F was not attacked from behind while crossing the hallway. He had been attacked from behind while leaving C's office. It had also occurred to me that I did not see C go home on Friday night. I have sent the cleaners away, and I'm writing this in preparation of going into C's office. I will take a loaded gun with me. I will leave this journal on my desk. If this is the last entry, then I can only hope that what little I have gleaned about the situation will be useful to you, dear reader. Page not recovered. Page not recovered. I think that I might want to get further pages before reading the rest. That's the only one we have for the latter entries, isn't it? Yeah. If this is my last entry, and it possibly is, and then the disadvantage of running a secret organization is that there are very few people I could now call for help. Let's face it, F and C are supposed to be the people you can call for help in situations like this. We are the last resort, the highest authority on the occult, troubleshooting of the nation, perhaps even the world. I do not want to think about that where that now leaves me or the world. I have a lot of work to do now. 6:30 p.m. The internet in the building has not been working since noon. The IT department aren't picking up the phone. I figure either they're taking care of it or something else is taking care of them. Either way, I doubt going to their office in person will be all that productive. I have remained in my office for the whole afternoon, trying to reach people through good old-fashioned landlines. The Ghostbusters? Oh, I'm sure that karaoke version has Ghostbusters. They have plenty of the classics for sure. But I guess that explains the nature of the game. Why it seems like it's only one person with the Ministry of the Occult trying to do so many things. Quite possibly it is. Oh, it helps if I spelled it correctly. Gabistbusters. No, how about Ghostbusters? Ray Parker Jr., Ghostbusters, 1984, 4 minutes 28. They got it, Hordian. Ministry of the Occult already infiltrated, maybe a few parallel investigations going on, but really is you against the world? You know what? I was only going to give it today's play, but now I'm rather curious if I should stream more of it. There's a game coming out Tuesday that I'm sure we all know is coming out Tuesday that I want to get my hands on. But the Consuming Shadow is good. It's got its hooks on me. We managed to get victory as a scholar and as Trilby, but those were bittersweet victories. Those are victories in which our protagonist banishes the hostile god and saves the world, but they get drawn in and they fail to save themselves. We weren't able. The first time around, we didn't know about the minigame to repel the runes back at them. And the second time around, Trilby, we tried. We did it twice, but we ran out of health. We ran out of health trying to do the runes. It could have been 3. If it was only 3 runes we had to do, 3 sets of runes. Oh man, it'd only be 1 more to go. I don't want to imagine that it's pushing the Ancient all the way to the right of the screen, because as the rounds go on, it sends more hooks out that drag it ever quicker to the left. You have until it gets to the left to banish it. I want to think it's rule of 3. Do it 3 times as you win. So, we gotta go win with full health. Full ammo. Enough equipment to keep my damage low, or to a minimum. So, Operation Run from Enemies seems to be the best thing you can do. So as Trilby, find the sigil of the god, go around town to get lots of ammo, lots of equipment, and then when you're at Stonehenge, fucking run from everything. Find the keys, find the correct door, and then get down. So I think it is doable. With Vintage Story, it's essentially a Minecraft clone. I've seen Ends do a lot of Vintage Story. It does seem to do a few things differently from Minecraft to stand on its own. But at least being a viewer, it does look a whole lot like a heavily modded Minecraft. More crafting to it, different enemies that make sounds like a Don't Starve Together talk thing. Prettier graphics. But it's hard to see voxel crafting, open world survival, and procedural generation thing and not think Minecraft. But I think I'm going to call it here. Maybe I'll play more of this on my off time, or maybe I'll save this to stream more often, because I kinda want to get a better end. I wanna see what happens if we manage to banish the fell gods. And more importantly, Dank Movie Night is doing a special Not So Dank Movie Night tonight. And I do want to hang. So who are we going to raid before I go make myself dinner? And then catch up with the Dank Movie folk? You know what? Nobody else is watching The Consuming Shadow right now. I've checked the category. I'm the only one streaming it. Nobody else is. So, how about we raid Aquas? Aquas is doing Ghosts and Goblins Resurrection. It might not be The Consuming Shadow, it might not be Chizo, but it is keeping with the Halloween theme. it's nightmarish in a different way. It really is. The people who speedrun Ghosts and Goblins and Ghouls and Ghosts and that whole rigmarole are absolute titans of running. So, we'll go see how Aquas manages to take a game of pure chaos and bends it to his will. I hope you guys have a good rest of your Halloween. In a few hours, I know Don't Touch That Door is excited for Macaw to start streaming I Will. That's going to be tonight. So I'm sure some of you folks I'll be seeing there. I was going to spend all night tending to trick-or-treaters if we get any, and watching that. But BF, even though he's closing tonight, wants to do karaoke. We'll maybe get a few songs in. I've been practicing a few songs for the next time we do karaoke, so hopefully I have fun with that. So yeah, you guys enjoy the rest of your Halloween. I'll see you again next time. Stick around for the raid for Aquas. Thank you all for hanging out. I keep trying out these games that end up being really, really fun, so maybe we'll do more Consuming Shadow. I've been consumed by it. I definitely have. I want to get Trilby to his good victory. I know we can do it. We've got a good pattern to it. So, see you later, folks. Stick around for the raid. Keep things spooky. And see you around later. Bye.